Hello. Hello, everyone. Welcome in. It's so good to see you all again. Hi. Hi. Happy Friday. How you guys doing? Me. There we go. There we go. That's right. That's good. Happy Friday. This music, let me show you this music. Is by Snow Point Lounge. It's close your eyes, I'm not wearing pants. No, don't worry about it, don't worry about it. It's Snow Point Lounge. I noticed Ethereal Slate grooving in the chat box. It's a genre, like I just sort of like stumbled upon this music. It's a genre called, what was it? Barber Beats or Plunder Phonics? It's a flavor of vaporwave where they just like steal other music and then mix it together. And this stuff is not necessarily stream safe. Like VOD's probably gonna get muted. I fully expect it. I'm gonna figure out how to do split audio, but oh my god, 40 stream streak. Yeah, that would have been horrendous if that got broken from yesterday's short stream. Yeah, I don't know, I dig it. It's like, what if the Weather Channel was like kind of grooving, actually. So it's the Lake Guardian collection I've been really enjoying, and what else is it by this artist, No Point Lounge. I know what it is, I just want to show you. Magma Storm album.
Ethereal subscribed. He said, OMG in 39 months, Krista 390 yippee shake.
Hi, welcome in. We were just talking about music before we got started with our game today. Hi, how was your stream, Gigi? Wait, is it wintry already? Is it really? Hi, welcome in. I'm Crystal Cheesecake. I'm a bunny fairy doll VTuber. I like drawing characters. I like doing character art and pixel art. I like playing indie games, retro games, and Nintendo games. And I like yeah, Ethereal. Wait, you were already here. And I like hanging out with you guys and having a fun time. I'm still a little bit sick, but I'm finally back from hiatus. I'm gonna be a little bit clumsy coming back, especially because I ran out of my ADHD meds, and I'm still working on getting the prescription back after switching my insurance. It's a whole thing, but I'm gonna be a little scatterbrained. But that's part of why you guys like watching me, right? But welcome in. Stream was nice. You were doing some art. You were working on that VTuber, right? Guys, I love Chi-Chi. I know everybody who was already here knows this, but I'm gonna shout you out anyway. Chi-Chi. I take your big fluffy hair and I like dig my fingers and scratch your scalp. That's what I do. Yeah, meds interruptions. Ugh, it'll be fine. I'll be alright. I'll live. We love the scatterbrain scuff. Yeah, sometimes the stream scuff isn't even like stream scuff. Is like I just lose my sentence in the middle of it kind of scuff. I did take a nap before stream though. That was nice. Did you like my art share? Did you like seeing Karo again? Our poor fish doomed hero. Hero in the way that like Greek story characters can be heroes. Yeah, it was just a fun little doodle that I did during the session. I hope they're okay. They'll be fine, I'm sure. And if not, honestly, with the sort of mindset that they're in, their end being as a fish that doesn't have to worry about anything, and seeing a very, very pretty lady for their final moments isn't all that bad. Hi, Starry. Yeah, let me say hi to everybody. I haven't even said hi to everybody from the stream yet. Well, there's a battle royale starting. If anybody's got a scram after stream, feel free to do so. Get you some food. Get you some shut-eye if you need. Take a breather. Jawazaki came in and grabbed the first redeem. That's very nice, very nice. Nice to see you, Jow. Oh, Ruby Fangirl, thank you for following. Thank you for following. Ethereal's here. Wow, you're first. You're first. Cancel Snail is here. Schneller. You've got Bunny plushie. Why is a picture of it not in my DMs yet? Snail. Let me see the bunny plushie. Is it a Pokemon bunny? Sound Ninja's on a 5-stream streak, and he went ahead and referenced one of my clips. Let me pull it up real quick. What? It's muted. Why is it always muted when I first open it up? What? I just got a Masterpiece Dinobot figure. This is my birthday stream. And I was going through the instructions. Step 1, unpeel his butt. Unpeel his butt. Well, we were talking about soup, we were talking about BuzzBot. As a Texan, booty soup is inevitable. I don't know if I want to know what that means. Ethereal's doing good. Yesterday was dark, but today I have too much light. Just close your eyes, silly. It's that easy. Ethereal is on a 40 stream streak, which is beautiful. A beautiful 40 stream streak. I only wish for it to go higher and higher. And he subscribed for 39 months. Wow! That's incredible! We're gonna do the sub song, okay? I don't know why the tracking stopped. Happy birthday for subscribing to me. Thank you very much, because you could have watched for free. Please enjoy the emotes and watching without ads. Thank you for supporting me. I'm glad we could be friends. Yay! I'm glad you're my friend, Ethereal. We've got coming in with the raid, Ruby Fangirl 101. We've got Eye in the Night. Happy birthday, Eye in the Night. We got art by Chi Chi. We've got Art Omelet. We've got so many friends. Starry Bunny is here. Let's see. Aid is here. Where did Aid come in? Morphomon. Yeah, Morphomon's still here. Cute little butterfly friend over there. We got Hydra Redeem. Thank you, Ruby. Sorry, it took me a second to catch up. I now have my 6th month of Chi Chi gift sub. Ooh! My semi-daily cheek poof. Here, have another. Wow. It's so nice to be back from hiatus. Cheek booty. It's so nice to see you all again. Today we are doing Crizzy! Hi, welcome in, Crizzy! It's cheesy. It's crazy. Today we're doing Pokemon White. We're doing our Bunnies Only run in Pokemon White. I've got the game right here too. It's been sitting here the whole time. We got 4 badges so far. Those 4 badges plus our 1 starter. So the way it works is that whenever we get a badge, okay, wait, we need more context. Excuse me. Oh, hi, Mo. Welcome in. Are there enough bunnies to do that? Yes, there is. At least I think so. What I've done is take all of the bunny Pokemon leading up to Gen 5 and hack them in. We've got Nidoran and Nidoran, female and male. I don't know what this mysterious non-binary Nidoran is that I listed. We've got Wigglytuff. That's 3. We've got Azumarill. We got Whismur, Audino, Victini, Minun and Plusle, and Baniri. Nidoron binary. They are, if you look at them, they are bunny coded. Like, try to think of them as anything but a bunny. I'm reading the Minecraft movie script and Wikipedia article to write an essay. I'm sure it'll be fine. Moslet, welcome in. Hi, Moslet. Yeah, they're kind of spicy little bunnies. Unfortunately, let me get into the game. I'll show you my team right now. The way it works is, I had the one bunny that I picked for my starter, which was Baneri. We named him Pepper. We don't need secret communications. I named him Pepper. We have our bunny, our Audino. Audino was one other. We have our Audino that we caught. And then for every gym badge we get, we roll on a, like we do a random roll for which bunny we get to pick next. Which bunny is in our team next. So we're gonna look. Oh, we just got Victini. We just beat Elisa and got Victini, which is incredible, actually. But unfortunately, we have Victini and we have Minun, and the other 4 members of our party are all normal types. You saw a night bunny last night. Oh, I like candid bunny encounters. But we've got our brand new Victini. I'm very, very excited to have. Which is definitely bunny coded, right? It's literally a little victory bunny. They're based on the little apple slice bunnies that are served, I think, around like New Year's? That they make in New Year's in Japan. Minun, obviously a bunny. Sir Kit, cleverly named by someone? I think it was Snail, I don't remember. Maybe it was Omelet? Freebie. Audino we caught. Audino was the one that we were able to just catch. Gems is a held item. Oh yeah, Victini gets a fire gem. Not you? Maybe it was somebody else. Maybe it was Omelet. Maybe it was somebody else. But Sir Kit is like a genius name. I think, at least. I don't know, we were just able to catch because this is like the one bunny that we could just catch in this game. Wigglytuff, obviously a bunny. This one we were very disappointed to get because it was like our 4th normal type. But that's okay. We still love him. We still love her. Love her very much. Yeah, Sir Kit. Wait, was it Cygnus who named it? Did Cygnus name him? Boing, 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 boing. Proud of its power. Bunnicula. Which Pokemon would that be? I love. Did you know that my first Halloween costume that I had on stream was Bunnicula? Is in Alright, the audio's gonna get a little crunchy. Veto tube. I'll just take a moment to load. I do love Sir Kit. You missed the books? You don't have to miss them, just read them again. Yeah, I got me behind me. Hello, me. It's me again. Oh! Mochi Bus Starscream. Where am I? There I am. There's my Bunnicula costume. What do you think? Is it cute? My watch streak reset yesterday because I was buying plushies! Oh no! Can I see your bunny plushie? Can I see? Can I see? There we go. Wait. There we go. Without getting the... Yeah, I'm emulating. I'm emulating. I don't know if you have frame skips on for smoother emulating. Let's see. Frame skips. I'm using Melon DS. I am using the ROM. The way you legally do it, emulation is not illegal. I'm using the ROM that I ripped from my Pokemon White my physical cartridge that I own on my on Nintendo DS. The physical Pokemon White cartridge that I own. I ripped the ROM using my 3DS and sent it to my computer. It's legal. I own the game. I promise, Nintendo. Yeah, I like it. I'm really happy with how the Bunnicula costume came out. It's really cute. New bookshelf before new books. Just get a Kindle or something. Get like a cheap one, cheap old tablet or whatever. I use like an old Samsung tablet, like a 2018, like kind of busted. It's really slow and it really sucks, but I use it for reading Transformers comics. Let's see, how do I do frame skips? Emulation settings. No, don't send the police after me! There's usually an option to let it skip frames, and if you have a lowish but non-zero number, it makes it a little smoother. Yeah. It just does that when I don't have the, when I don't have Melon DS as the active window. Config. Can't do digital books, I need to smell the paper. You're valid, Grizzy, you're valid. I don't actually own this game. But don't worry about it. I just don't know where the frame skip option is. I'm trying to look. Video settings? No. Firmware settings? No. Interface settings? Oh no. System config. MU settings? DS mode, DSi mode. Yeah, I don't know. Limit frame rate? Drift, Nimbasa City Nightcore. We'll turn the frame rate limiter back on. Here's the bunny. Here, let's put... Ooh! Sorry about the crunchy. You're gonna put me back there. Hi. We're gonna put away that scary vampire behind us. We're gonna pause this so that it doesn't continue to get crunchy. Slug Bunny! The store is like 2 hours away. The other plushies are in fabric softener. This is honestly just the one that I wanted to see. Reject non-essential cookies. Yeah. What a cutie patootie! I love the colors. What a cutie! A sunflower bunny and a magic bunny that was tempting, and a turnip moth. Is this the one? Wait! Look how cute! Look how cute that is! Oh, look at this baby! You guys don't know how hard it is to stop myself from buying bunnies. Or, I mean, it's not hard to stop myself. I've got pretty good, like, self-control, but you don't know how hard it is. No, I'm not crying. I just got the snivels. Bunny. You don't know how hard it is to see cute bunny plushies, even at like the drugstore, and think, I shouldn't. I don't have the money for that right now. Slippers are generally like oh, look at this baby. Wait, there's good plushies here. Slippers are generally like one size fits all, right? I don't know, I'd probably just like go for larges or whatever. Ancient Ghost. Wait, I love this little guy. Yeah, these are great. These are great. Also, hi Boxty. Welcome in. Yeah, I don't know how to turn on frame skip in this emulator. That's fine. If anybody happens to want to do the research on how to turn on frame skip in Melon DS, then let me know. Hi, I saw your art share. It looks fantastic from Chi-Chi's channel. I think the size is really different, but I don't know because I didn't see every size. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. We also have Pepper, our boy Pepper. He just evolved with this gym. He just evolved. I'm very proud of him. We got Ginny, our Whismer. We named her that because when she uses Uproar, she sounds like a guinea pig. And I think Ginny is a cute name. So that's our team. That's our team right now. When we get another, honestly, it's like Wigglytuff is pulling the least weight. That's fine. Victini just joined, so they're just level 10, but we can't judge them right now. Ooh, excuse me. Yeah. Oh, Wigglytuff is the one that's pulling the least weight because it was just the newest normal type after just having so many normal types, you know. But we're 4 gyms in. I realized that we didn't get we didn't go to the desert resort. Yes, I'm using a walkthrough. Sue me. But we didn't go to the desert resort. To the north along the river's edge are the Relic Castle and the Relic Castle Tower. A group of ancient Pokemon statues quietly watch over the castle entrance. Oh, take some time to train here before reaching the Nimbasa Gym? There's another fun thing that we did. Alongside the bunnies, I also, where are they? Oh, I tried to scroll. That's fine. Where are they? I hate grinding. I hate grinding in Pokemon games. We're gonna loosely do the Nuzlocke rule, like the optional Nuzlocke rule of you can't level up your Pokemon past the next main battle's highest level. So I'm not gonna use any rare candies past the next main battle's highest level. So that's the the sort of guideline I'm gonna use with these rare candies, just so I don't like let it rip, right? I'm doing all right, by the way, Boxty. Oh yeah, have a good nap, Chi-Chi. Bye bye. I hope you have more nap than I got earlier. I had a nap and when I woke up, I was like, oh. I gotta stream in half an hour. I'll make sure to make my naps so that they end an hour before I have to start streaming instead of a half hour. But anyway, I'm doing alright. I'm still getting over a cold. I'm like sniffly snuffly. But it is what it is. And I miss streaming, so I'm streaming. Whether you like it or not. We are heading back to Route 4 so that we can go back and do desert resort stuff. Okay, because we missed the desert resort stuff. We missed it all, we skipped it. I think. Was that? There's a blue truck. Was that Optimus Prime? I forgot that the sand has battle in it. Well, I don't like that you have two sets of ears. Well, neither of them are technically functional because I listen with magic. So yeah. I like to say that the ears are the real part and the fairy ears are the real part and the bunny ears are just decoration, but neither of them are, like, I could still hear just fine technically without either of them. It's Victini time. This is our first time, this is Victini's first time being in a battle. Isn't that exciting? I grabbed the event Victini, lowered it to level 10, for fairness, of course, and got rid of the super OP moves. Requires closer research. Don't take them! Don't take my ears! I just like imagined Boxy like putting me on a little one of those little glass tiles and under a microscope. Let's hit it with the confusion. Ugh, psychic types are so strong. I love psychic types. What are those little glass tiles called? They have a name. Everything that's like lab equipment has a very specific name. Ugh. What a little goober. Darumaka hurt itself in its confusion. So silly. So silly. What else is left in our box? We've got the Nidorans. And we won't be able to evolve the Nidorans because Nidorino and Nidorina aren't bunnies. Oof. Microscope slides. Okay, okay. Yeah, they're slides, that's right. Oh. Just die already. It did. It did it! There's a Zoomeril. Well, okay. Victini is already, like, low health. I think I'm gonna hit Victini with some rare candies. Just a few. 11, 12, just until level 20. I think that's fair, right? To reiterate, I hate grinding. I hate grinding. Oh, the headbutt. How's your strength stat? Attack stat? Is headbutt gonna be better functionally than quick attack? Probably. Is it? I mean, it's like physically stronger. But quick attack has the priority thing. Look, you know what? We'll keep quick attack. I don't know. That seems reasonable to me. Wait, more rare candy. Just to 20, just to 20. Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh! I forgot that, I didn't do all these battles. Where is the desert resort? I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I don't actually know where it is. I just know that the walkthrough is like, before you go into Nimbasa City, which I already beat, before you go into Nimbasa City, do the desert resort, go in there. I didn't do that. The place with the sand, you're right, you're right. They have sand there. Whoa. I didn't just use the fire gem on a petalil, did I? Dang. Those are consumables! Those are consumables, Big Teeny! Well, hydrate, thank you, Draco! Hoi! Welcome in! How much sand would you eat in one sitting if you got $1 per grain of sand eaten? I don't think I could physically eat enough to cover hospital bills. So I'm certainly going to be very careful about how much I eat. But I would do it. I really would. Like, how do they measure that? Do they, like... I would do it if they, like, portion it into 100 grains of sand. 100 grains of sand, like, portions. So I could be like, okay, this is $100. I'll eat it. This is another $100. I'll eat it. I would probably... How much, like, size-wise is that? 100 grains of sand? That can't be that much. I would probably... I would probably try to eat enough. Hi, Krog. Welcome in. Nice to see you, Krog. Oh yeah, I'm eating a bunch of sand. I would probably try to eat enough to... We'll do incinerate. Don't kill Scraggy. I have to, unfortunately. I'm not killing it. I'm just knocking it out. I would eat enough to, probably recoup a bunch of the credit card debt I've got. All the credit card debt I racked up from streaming. Oh, psychic type. Wait. Yeah. Is Scraggy dark type? I'm gonna be more sand than wizard. Why am I struggling against this guy? Fighting dark. I thought it didn't get dark type until it evolved. I have a grudge. You took my top bidder on Chi-Chi's stream. I'm sorry, Krog. You'll just have to give more bits to Chi-Chi. I do like Scraggy. He's a cutie pie. It says the arid Route 4 connects Castelia City in the south to Nimbasa City in the north. The constant sandstorm has slowed the construction of a road through the desert, leaving trainers no choice but to trek through the deep sand. Gather up the items here and head off into the desert resort to the northwest. I was looking at the northeast. My mistake. Silly Buzzbot. What ROM are you playing? This is Pokemon White. One of these days I want to send you something. Is it sand? Is it sand for me to eat on stream in exchange for money? Well, I don't have to do it on stream. Not necessarily. Whoa, dodged it. Can I rest in here? Oh, it's a Starscream magic card I have no use for. I might already have it. I don't really know where they are right now. All my card stuff is, elsewhere. Can I sleep in here? But it is very sweet. Thank you. And go back to playing Red Dead and watching Peacemaker. Have fun! Vending machine. Oops. What did I buy? Water. I do like water. Fresh water. Do these all just do 50 health? Lemonade. And a sody pop. One of each. Fresh water. Well, Like, if I can't get top bits and Chi-Chi's, then I'm gonna just get it here. Thank you, Krog. Thank you, Krog. Who does have top bits? That's you. You've got top bits right now. Let me see. Let me check these. Freshwater does 50. Soda pop does 60. Lemonade does 80. Okay, I'm just... Whoops, wrong one. I'm just buying a bunch of lemonades. Thank you for the bit, Krog. Bottled water is greater than scientifically created potion. Yeah, it's distilled. Or it's spring water. It's spring water. They got that from Lake Verity. Lemonade time. Do you guys like lemonade? One thing that's really interesting to me about German is that from what I understand, in Germany, any like pop that isn't cola is typically called limonada. Like Limonade. Which is also what lemonade is called. But limonada. Like Sprite would be called limonada. That's really interesting to me. The orange pop. Anything that's not a cola. Or like brown soda. Hello, backpacker. Ruins buried in the desert. It's like a grand adventure in a story. I had a hiccup. I hope I don't have the hiccups now. I hope I'm not capital H hiccuping. Look at these two. Hello, you. I'm gonna see the ruins, but I'm afraid I might get lost in the desert. It's really big, and sometimes you run into Pokemon. Will I be in trouble if I'm not strong? I hear you can find the newly discovered entrance of the ruins if you go through the gate and just head straight. Hi, Vesper! Welcome! Hope you're having a great stream so far. Gonna be lurking while I'm working. Enjoy your lurk, Vesper! Enjoy! It's lovely to see you today. It's nicer than the average desert. Vesperino! I like lemonade. It's a very nostalgic thing for me. Cheesecake's lemonade recipe. Okay? Write this down. A half gallon of water. 1 cup of lemon juice. 1 cup of sugar. And then you just mix it up and it's perfect. It's literally that easy. Cheesecake's certified lemonade recipe. And then I don't know, pour it in a glass with, make it with warm water and then refrigerate it so that the sugar dissolves faster. And if you're feeling fancy, you can put it in a glass with some ice cubes and then like some mint. I don't know, some mint leaves or something in there. Mint is nice. Did I talk to this person? The desert resort is especially known for the Relic Castle. I'm a school kid, so I know this. Just like in caves, you can run into Pokemon almost anywhere in the desert, but they don't like hiding in the pale sand, so if you walk there, you won't have to worry about battling. Oh, he learned that in school! I'm so proud of him. Tzatziki lemonade? Tzatziki lemonade? What is that? Hello, you. I came clear out to the desert to train. Resort to train, but there are so many ground-type Pokemon, and I'm already in tatters. Oh, hello, Doctor. I am a trainer first and a doctor second. Why is my arm doing that? What are you doing, arm? What are you doing? Dr. Jerry! Thank you, Dr. Jerry! Oh, he's got a cell. That's how you know he's a doctor, because he's got a little cell Pokemon. He picks a booger out of its nose and flicks it onto the battlefield, and it's a Solosis. This is a psychic type? Psychic type. What do we do about a psychic type? What do we do? I forgot my moves on my team. Fighting type, ground type. We're just gonna wait. Bikini's not feeling well. We're gonna Searing Shot. That'll do. That'll do. That'll do. Why is my there? Thumbs up. I'm a doctor. If you leave out D and R, I'm a Octo. What are you doing out of the ocean, Goober? What? No, you can do this. You can do this, Solosis. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Get the burn. Searing Shot. Whoosh. We did it. We did it. Booger vanquished. It's like the Dark Souls Booger destroyed. Muddy discovered this morning that if you switch the S and B in Sugar Bear, you get Booger Share. So now that's what he's been calling me all day. Now I will make your Pokemon healthy. Thank you, Dr. Jerry. Thank you. Is it Jerry Seinfeld? Desert Resort is a harsh place. Do you have medicines? I've got a lot of lemonade. I've got a lot of lemonade if that works. There's a lot of ground type Pokemon here. That means Pepper is gonna do great. Because Pepper has fighting type moves. So we'll put him at front. And he just evolved, so we get to play with the newly evolved Pepper. Okay, let's see. Is there some? We can't catch any of this Pokemon because none of them are bunnies. X-Accuracy, Pearl, Great Ball, Hyper Potion, Ultra Ball, Burn Heal, Torment. Do we want Torment? 10 Ultra Balls. We don't need balls at all. We got TM28 Dig. We got that one. Oh, Desert Resort. Black glasses for dark type moves. Soft sand. Pepper does have dig. Heyo. Fang! Hi Fang, hi Fang, hi Fang. Hello, 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 hello. Hi, hello, hi. Welcome in, Fang. How you doing? Heart skills come in handy. Heart skills come in handy for sure. Oh, careful, Tomo. There we go. TM Rock Tomb. We're not gonna need any evolution stones. Let's see, what do we want from here? East of the Relic Castle. Do we want to try to catch Volcarona? There we go. Have you ever played Pokemon Conquest? I do like Pokemon Conquest. I actually own the game card. I own that game. I'm losing so hard in Terraria trying to final fight in a really scary difficulty mod. You can do it, Fang. I believe in you. You just gotta relax. Take a break if you need to. Think about the fight. Think about what you need to do. And come back to it. And be ready. Don't let your emotions overtake you. And you can do it. I believe in you. Is that good advice? Oh, at this point in the story, you'll only be able to reach the first 2 floors, since the rest are still buried in the desert. I could get these fossils, but we can't use them because they're not bunnies. Let's try to find the black glasses, the soft sand, hyper potion. Stardust? What does Stardust do? Oh, you can just sell it. Super potion. Ethers. Ethers are good. Heart scale. And rock tomb. That sound good? A turtle's basically a bunny if you ignore everything about it. That's true. When you put it that way. If you ignore like the shell and the fact that it's a reptile and and yeah. It's kind of like a bunny. If you like squint really hard and imagine that bunnies are blue, then yeah. Found a ROM hack called Pokemon Conquest Ultimate. It has Pokemon from up to Gen 9. Instead of Eevee, you start with all evolutions. And instead of Jigglypuff, Oichi starts with Beware. Oh, that sounds fair. That sounds nice. That sounds nice. I would like to... Pokemon Conquest is definitely one of the games that I would love to play on stream sometime. Definitely, definitely. They both got 4 legs and bones and they lay eggs. Yeah, they both appear. You know that animal from that story about the animals that race each other? It's the same animal. Either of them. Okay. Is this Backpacker Liz? This would be the black glasses. Yes, it would. Let's see. Received from the man in black. Can I have sand? You're the first person to come clear out here to talk to me. I'm so moved, so I'll give you this. He just picks up some sand from the ground. Here. This is for you. Johnny Cash? I'm not familiar. I don't know the reference. If a Pokemon holds this soft sand, the power of its ground type moves goes up. We're looking for Hyper Potion east of the Relic Castle. It's like a scavenger hunt. Oh! Hello, guys. It appears to be a statue of a Pokemon. It appears to be that way. Rose meditating. I love the idea of this guy waiting in the desert for years just to scoop up a handful of sand and put it in your backpack. Where is it? It says east of the Relic Castle. Is this where it is? Is this the Relic Castle? I have so much sand. Somebody please take it off of my hands. Oh, he had a whole album called Man in Black in his Depression era. That's crazy. Johnny Cash had a Depression era. Big snorfs going on behind the mute. Good music in this part? A good music booty. I have it turned down kind of quiet on my end. There are 2 things I've learned about quicksand. If you try to walk through the middle, you'll fall. And if you try to run through it, you'll fall. My psychic type Pokemon just started going beep 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 boop boop boop. Is that because we're in the ruins? Or is it because of you? Pocket sand, sha 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 sha. It's Perry. Psychic Perry. Oh, I do like Sigilif. I feel like Sigilif is really underrated. Look how cool that guy is. What a cool guy. It's not a good matchup, I think. Who else could we have? Sir Kit! Sir Kit is gonna do good here. Sha 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 sha. Is it a bird? We just don't know. It's a bird of sorts. Look, it's got wings and like tail feathers. Meep. I don't like the sound of light screen in this game. Yeah, let's just hit it with Spark. Ma, come look at this friggin' bird! We got a clip! What? My psychic type Pokemon just started going beep 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 bloop 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 beep beep bloop bloop. That's what psychic type Pokemon say. Beep beep bloop bloop bloop. They just make sci-fi noises. Are you tired of your same old boring sand? Well, not anymore. Come on down to our desert. We've got quick sand, slow sand, soft sand, pocket sand. You want special sand? We've got it here. So come on down and talk to Johnny Cash in the depressed Johnny Cash in the desert, where he'll hand delivered to you personally. Only free, 99. I don't know what you mean by only free 99. But oh wait, free 99, like 3. Only free 99. Bye bye Sigilus. Bye bye Funny Birdie. You're so silly, Vesper. Yay! So strong! Who are you? Your psychic ability is unmatched. Well, we are going to... Well, we have another psychic to fight. Let's switch Pepper out with somebody else. Gee, we really have a great, wait. We really have a great, team comp here, huh? I can't run in there. Just being here fills me with magical power. Dua. Does she have a Duosion? Woobat. Snail! Snail, look at the Woobat! Let's see, what do we got? Strength? What's the plan to fight Marshall? Paralysis. we'll just paralyze his dudes. I don't know, there's no plan yet. Pokemon is accurate in the sense that if you stared at me, I'd fight you with magical creatures too. A bat! Buzzbot's doing it too. Echoed voice. Imprison? For what? For what crimes? Yeah, and then take your money. I don't know, if somebody stared at me, I would just assume that, they've got staring disorder. And I'm no ableist. For one. Muno's like, watch out guys, this one's strong. Silly Buzzbot. Oh, it was a crit. That's pretty good. Wigglytuff dealt with this well. We still don't have a name for Wigglytuff. What, staring at me? Got something on my face? You gonna kiss it off or something? What? Wild Pokemon. I didn't realize. Crocodile. Let me show you guys this good video. Whoops. Do I have to like download it? No, I just have to like show my Discord screen. Hold on. I have a good baby crocodile video. Hey, let me pause this real quick so the music stops going freaky. I just want to show you guys this baby crocodile video. Oh, so I watch like Vinesauce streams and I wonder how they do it. How they just pull up a video like immediately. This is gonna work. Solder, the magical island of trains? No, it's Solder Art. Our friend. I'll just download it and then open it with media player and then yeah. No, I just need to show you guys this. Where is it? No, it's not that one. Properties, window, media player. Huh. Why is it all crunched? Wait. This is what we're fighting. Yeah, I always wonder how like the Vinesauce guys do it. They just pull up a video.
Baby man, little baby.
He's a little baby man.
Little baby man. Little baby man.
We're just gonna set that to repeat while we fight this. We're fighting Sandile, guys. Well, I don't know what this is that I'm moving. It's fine. Normal Pokemon back. Oh! Oh, look. It's Sandile. We need strength. No! Don't explode it! Wow, amazing Poke art! Oh, he's mad. Oh, Wigglytuff's mad. It's just a silly little baby crocodile or whatever rolling around practicing its little baby crocodile death roll. Oh, Torment! Okay, echoed voice. Pet, thank you, sound! Oh, good night, Sandile. Pet. Did you guys like that funny little crocodile? I thought it was cute. A funny baby. We should go back to having Pepper in front. I can't run in here. What am I trying to get from in the... Oh, I've been carrying these Pokemon fossils, but they're just so heavy. If only somebody would get these off of my hands. Oh. That's not the one I wanted. That's what I get for pressing buttons. It's not like I can use it. Rewind? I don't think you can rewind in this emulator. It is what it is. It's not like I can use it anyway. I just think Archeops is funny. Yeah. You can't move ahead because there's so much sand. Give me a second. Well, I've got the cover fossil. What happens if we do try running in here? Do we die? Are we gonna die? Oh, we have an ad starting in about a minute. I appreciate you guys hanging around through the ad. Thank you. We are gonna die. I like Yamask. One of my first Pokesonas was a Yamask. Why? I don't know. I just think it's like cute the way it's shaped. We're gonna bring out Circuit for this one. Yamask is a bunny. Kinda. If you put a that's an Easter egg that it's holding. It's holding an Easter egg. Bunnies have those. Let's electrocute it. Paralyzed. That's fine. Was that Hex? What the hex? Bam, 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 bam. Oh, in Relic Castle there's an elixir on one of the sands. Oh, disabled. Quick attack's not gonna work. Well, shoot. Victini. We can visit Dr. Jerry. Egg. Yeah, it's just an egg. Incinerate this ghost. Egg. So close. Super effective. Hex? Psychic type, I guess. Bye-bye, Yamask. Pardon the occasional mutes to do a big nasty schnorf. This is what it is. Revive! We can get an elixir on the western mound of sand. Yeah! Right there! Come back up out of here. Come back up out of here. Boink! And there's nothing else in here. A couple fights. Revive, elixir, fossil. That's pretty good. Are there more Darmanitan than there were before? Is it just me? Anyway, we have a couple more things. There's apparently a hyper potion hidden somewhere to the east of the Relic Castle. But there's no, like, obvious spot for a hidden item, you know? You know what I mean? Snarf, yeah, I'm snarfing. Super potion. Welcome back from ads, by the way. Welcome back. Super potion. What do I really want? What do I really want? I want the hyper potion. It's east of the Relic Castle, but I don't know where. Do you know? You're east of the Relic Castle. Gosh, Lionel, are you sure you want to look around in the desert, Snarf? What is that a reference to? Lionel? Thundercats. I'll watch it eventually. No, I've never seen it. Where's this hyper potion? We got a bunch of lemonade, it's fine. It's very 80s core. The 80s Transformers stuff has been very fun to explore. Okay, what else do I want? Art scale, northwest corner of the desert near the castle tower. It's like He-Man for furries. Wait, you said you're joking, but Ethereal is with you on that. When you really think about it, Stantler's a bunny. It has a round tail, it's brown, it's the field egg group, and it's even normal type. You know what else fits all those descriptions? Bunny. Stantler is identical to the very definition of bunny Pokemon, you know? I could say it. It's like a bunny if bunnies were deers. Hard skill. Go ahead. Anything in here? No? He-Man has a couple furries, but yeah, literally everyone is an animal. Yeah. Nothing I can do in here. Except encounter Pokemon. Ring? Lion-O, Panthro, Chitara, Tigra, Wily, Kit, and Cat. And Schnarf? Schneef, Schnarf, Schnorf? Drain Punch. I'm gonna Google Schnarf. Night-night, Crocodile. Oh! I've seen this critter before. What a funny little guy. I like it. I would have a figure of Schnarf. And I'm sure it's Snarf. But I'm gonna call him Schnarf. Like a cat cosplaying as a human, but it's got like a lizard tail. He's got like a dinosaur tail. I want Rock Tomb in the southwest corner behind two rock formations. Stardust! Oh! I've been ranged. I will show you the harshness of the desert through a battle. Snarf kind of has old man energy, but he's also like a pet. Kind of like Wee Wee in Chi-Chi's channel, right? That's how I would describe Wee Wee. Wee Wee. Exactly. Okay, what's Pepper up to? Pepper is gonna dig. Dig. Is ground strong against fire? Ziggy Stardust. Kitty Kitty silly little kitty Whoa, it is super effective. Okay, sweet. Booty, booty, booty. Blitzel? Yeah, we'll keep using dig. Kitty is Kabura's favorite. Oh, that's sweet. That's sweet. I like Kitty too. It's a sweet little guy. Sweet little critter. The paint on my new 3DS XL is chipping off, so it's starting to have this metallic look to it instead of plastic red. Oh, that's like the common issue with the new 3DS XL. I have my new 3DS XL in like a clear clamshell. I have it in a clear clamshell case. I have the Galaxy edition. Desert hot, mouth dry. I have the Galaxy version. Oh, thank you for the Rothberry. Appreciate it. Can you get out of my way? Sir, you're in my way. But I cherish my sweet little Galaxy 3DS. So, Rock Tomb. I've got it in a clamshell. Just because I know that the paint peeling. Sweet, we got Rock Tomb! Just I know that the paint peeling is like a real common issue. Real common wear and tear for that console. Sweet, we got Rock Tomb. Heart Scale, northwest corner of the desert near the castle tower. Okay, that's our next target. I miss my OG Game Boy Advance stuff. The SP, or the one that folds, or the one that doesn't? They're both good. They're both good, especially they're both good, but it's really hard to say that the SP isn't definitely superior because clamshell. Folding clamshell design. Keep the screen safe. It's got a backlit screen. One of the models of it, of the SP, has better screen. But that's better than the original GBA. What's the third thing? Rechargeable battery. The rechargeable battery. I don't want to be chewing through all my Energizers, just to play whatever Game Boy game. Just to play Turbo Turtle. Did anybody else have Turbo Turtle? I remember being really excited about it when I got it from like a discount $5 discount bin at Kmart. I had the regular Advance and the SP. Yeah, there's something really appealing about the form factor of the regular Advance, but the SP just has it beat out. My favorite Thundercats characters are the robot teddy bears. They're called Robear Burbles. I feel like I've heard my mom say that before. Robear Burbles. And knowing it's from Thundercats makes a lot of sense. Knowing that now, I must have already got the heart scale. Is there anything else I want? Between the Relic Castle and the Relic Castle Tower. That's a lot of space. Is it just like somewhere around here? Robear Burble. Robear Burble. Oh, I love you. Ah, fresh water. Had my SP, all the Pokemon games, and my wireless trade thing stolen at school. Ah, that's so sad. I will forever lament my childhood Pokemon Yellow, which I glitched the crap out of it. And Game Boy Advance SP Blue Edition. I had the black GBA SP. I had my Pokemon Yellow, and I left it in the hallway at school. I forgot it in the hallway, and when I went back to it, it was not to be seen again. Crazy had the blue one. There's a creepypasta about that, you know. The Game Boy Advance SP Blue Edition. I read it on stream on, I read it on stream on Halloween. Being with my Pokemon makes me happy, even when we're in a bad situation. That's so sweet! Oh, you were there for that! You had the Game Boy Advance SP Blue Edition? Watchog. We are going to jump kick this fool. Bye bye. Bye bye, funny rat. Did you steal it from a ghost boy? The boy was killed. When I said all Pokemon games, I mean literally every Pokemon game up to Fire Red, Leaf Green. Even got my Game Boy Color Pokemon TCG cartridge. That sucks because, especially Crystal, Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Fire Red, Leaf Green. They can be very expensive games nowadays. Maybe I'm the ghost boy it was stolen from. That boy was killed. He died. In the creepypasta. Okay, I'm giving up on the hyper potion. I don't know where it is. But I kinda wanted it, but it's fine. It's not that big a deal. Okay, what are we up to next? Pokemon Musical. Did we do the Battle Subway? We didn't do the Battle Subway. That sounds fun, honestly. We're gonna do the Battle Subway. Because we totally skipped past it before. There's something about walking under an overpass. Or over an underpass. No. Walking under an overpass. That's like, ah, yes. Classic walking around outside in America. You know what I mean? Even in like a suburban area. Like, oh, overpass. I feel like there's certain things that they really nailed in the design of this game. What am I doing here? We're going to the Battle Subway, baby! What is that? Battle Institute? Oh. Wow, Battle Girl! I won! Then I lost. Gear Station has trains where you can battle other trainers. The Battle Subway. You're a trainer, aren't you? Please, just accept this without a word. My name is Exposition. If you have a VS recorder, you can record battles with friends or on the Battle Subway. Anyway, this woman of mystery will go somewhere. That's right. She'll go to the Battle Institute. I need to learn. Gear Station. Are we gonna see the funny guys? The funny guys in this area? Under construction. Wi-Fi trains? There you have trains that run on Wi-Fi now? Multi-trains. I do remember the... Oh, you can enter those. Okay, what is this? Super multi-trains. Let's talk to all the NPCs, get a little context. Hi, please tell me how you introduce yourself before a battle and how you feel when you win or lose. Okay. Please, let's go. A date? Is it like alphabetical? Battle is date, right? Are we in a date? Hi Jack! I took nap. You were my nap buddy. Was I a nice nap buddy? Will you tell me your other feelings too? Battle is date, right? Is that right? I originally got the Onyx Black one, Game Boy Advance SP, as a gift from my grandpa all the way back in like 03 or 04. It was the second model with the improved backlight. Oh, I played it till it stopped working. All my buttons died. Then I bought myself a silver first version that I later traded for a pearl blue second. Oh, I think that one's my, either the pearl blue or the pearl green are my, like, I would love to have that console. Eventually I also got my sister's pearl pink one too because she stopped playing it. I bought myself a red black DS Lite during pandemic. DS Lites are fantastic. DS Lites, that's a solid console. I think my favorite version of the DS though is the DSi XL. DS, not 3DS, you know. Best 3DS is the new 3DS XL. Or the original new 3DS. They're both good. They're both good. Best DS, either the DS Lite, so that you get the Game Boy port, or DSi XL. I went from Game Boy Advance straight to the Switch. Never played or owned a DS or 3DS. Crazy, the 3DS is my favorite. I love 3DS. They're so fun to hack. They're so fun to hack, and there's so many fantastic games on there. They're also expensive. Metroid Prime Hunters isn't expensive. I don't imagine. I don't think that game's expensive at all. But also, get you this funny little thing called an R4 card, and then you can put your legally acquired Nintendo DS ROMs on it. How do I feel when I win a battle? I win, thanks. Victory in a date battle. Confirm. Yeah. You win. Regret. That one's pretty good by itself. Regret is really impressive. This one you can turn into like expletives. Let's see, where are expletives? Oops. You know when you lose a battle and you're like, oops. Oh wow. Oops. I like that. I like that. When I become #1. Wow, I'm so glad. That sounds good. Let's see. Huh? Let's see, let's see, let's see. What's funny? What's funny? What's funny? Where's my funny? I've arrived! Huh? Yahoo! Me when I win. Oh, Yahoo! I want to go home with regret. What? And then... I'm not telling. I'm not telling. Oh well. The battle subway. It's a subway where there's battles. Anvil Town. Okay. Is that where you go to get a big, like, Acme anvil dropped on your head? Super double trains. Double trains. Super single trains. Hello, you. The battle subway has 7 lines in total. The only lines you can take at the beginning are single, double, or multi-trains. Okay. Let's go ahead and try the single trains. I am assuming this is single battles, right? What? What a hiccup. What? That hiccup had soup in it. Hello. Hello. Welcome to the exchange service corner. I don't have any BP. Hello. Welcome to the exchange service corner. No. Just let me play the game. Get souped. The single train is for single trainers. Are you looking for love? Battle is date, right? Soup. Yes. How many? So wait, let me... Oh, Victini can't join. That's fine. Give me info. Battle using 3 Pokemon, no duplicates. All Pokemon will be set to level 50. 7 cars, so you fight against 7 trainers. Okay. Yeah, sure. Let's throw in... It would probably be the most advantageous to throw in the most versatile one first, right? We're gonna do Pepper, Ginny, and Circuit. We can't do Victini for some reason because Pokemon hates non-binary creatures. Probably. No, because it's an event Pokemon, but you know. It's so non-binary phobic. It's getting dark in here. I'm gonna turn on the light in my room real quick. BRB. Oh my god, guys, it's not even 6 o'clock. It's not even 6 o'clock and it's already like dark outside. That's whack. Let's see how this goes. Let's see how this goes. There's an ad starting in about a minute. I appreciate you guys sticking around through the ad. Thank you. I am strong. I will never lose. Okay, little boy. Ooh. Tada. If only I could use my Victini. But that's okay. We'll just eat up this little bug. Drain Punch. Is fighting weak against bug? Yeah, it is. Ooh. That hurt. Well, gee. Ginny, I guess. The ad is back to start. See you. Let's go ahead and do stomp. Let's stomp the bug. Stop! That's so mean. Can I can't use battle items. How embarrassing would it be if I got rolled by a bug? Wait, why did I do that? That's fine. I'm dead anyway. How embarrassing would it be if I got rolled by a bug immediately? A swaddle. Quick attack, spark. Isn't electric weak against grass? Or something stupid like that? I don't know the type chart very well is the issue. Pokemon type chart. For as much as I know about Pokemon, the type chart has never been my forte. Defender, grass, bug. Yeah, electric is half effective on grass. Fighting is half effective on bug. No, no, no. Ground half effective on grass. No way. No way a bug grass Pokemon is gonna roll me. What other moves do I have? Normal? But they already killed Ginny. I'm so embarrassed. Do we... Ginny's already gone. This is so embarrassing. Why did Ginny get killed by the Swaddle? It's a bug. Look at this little tiny baby bug. No, scary worm. It's not a Nuzlocke. That I can be glad for. Just bring Pepper out and try to... Oh, but Pepper's already at half health. Hi, Pinster. Hello, welcome in. You've come in. You've come in while I'm losing to a Swaddle. No! Why did it have to be now? Hi, I'm Crystal Cheesecake. I use they, them, or am, air pronouns. I'm a bunny fairy doll. I like doing character art. I like pixel art. Your timing is immaculate. Character art and pixel art. I like indie games, retro games, and Nintendo games. And I'm losing to a freaking little bug. Welcome in, Pinster, Cage, Nightwind, Noodle Doodle VT. We really do try to have a nice time here. You just came in at bad time. You just came in at bad time. Let me shut you out. No, I'm not weak to Swaddle. This is a freaky little bug. Pinster. Glasses. I feel like I recognize your name. Like, I feel like I know you. But I don't, like, know you. But I feel like I kind of do, but I kind of don't. Sorry, the game goes... I'm snooping. Sorry. Everybody follow Pinster to give them a big thank you for raiding in today. Oh, we're mutes on Blue Sky. Okay. Ooh, silent music is crunchy. I'm just gonna snoop a little bit. Everybody hit the little heart at top of chat. Do it quick before it goes away. What a cute little VTuber model. Oh, how sweet. You look like a Harvest Moon. Oh, that's the point. You look like a Harvest Moon character. Pin is the best. I'll have to make sure I catch your stream more often then. If you do have to raid and run, that is a-okay. That's a-okay. But if you do want to hang out, I've got a beanbag chair for you. And let's see. A Sprite. You get a McDonald's Sprite. Yeah, it's lovely to see you. Lovely to see you. I'll have to make sure I catch your stream sometime. I'm struggling against this stinking bug. We're doing a challenge run where we only use bunnies. I hacked in a bunch of bunny Pokemon and we get a new one every time we beat a gym leader. But I went to the battle train, the battle subway, because I'm like, yeah, battle subway sounds fun. And I'm literally getting rolled by this bug. It's terrifying me. Hi Tantalus, welcome in. Bunny should punt bug to the moon. See, the issue is, Swaddle resists fighting and ground type moves. So, I just spent 2 hours trying to steal one item from a boss. Ooh, I hate that. I don't envy you. Have a good one, Pinster. I hope you get that item without too much issue in the future. Bye-bye. Thank you. I'll try to swing by sometime. Okay. We're just gonna try to pummel it with quick attacks. I keep hitting that button, that's fine. We're just gonna... Ooh, it does so little damage. Is like a jump kick gonna do more even though it's not very effective? We'll try it. It's been fun, guys. I had a great stream. Oh, cheese and crackers. See you around, Night. See you around, Cage. I'm so embarrassed. Charm. We're gonna use Charm. Please don't hit me so hard, Mr. Bug. And this literal preschooler has 2 more Pokemon too that I have to contend with. Hi, Leo. Hi. Yeah, everybody raid me as soon as I'm having the most embarrassing moment of my life. I'll paralyze it. Hi, Leo. Kids do love bug battles. How was your stream, my friend? You have art tax? You have art tax? Yes, it's Sir Kit. Hi, Isaac. Okay, it's paralyzed. Don't be on the floor. Use my Commodore. My Commodore. Commodore 64. Thank you, Ethereal. Yeah, I'm getting absolutely souped. I'm getting bug souped. You do. You know what to do, Leo. Once you have that link ready, throw it in chat. Let me see. Let's see if Spark does anything. Even though it's half effective. Oh, I have to shout out. It really wasn't great. Hi! Lilith Eve. I was like, Lilith Eve. If only they had the fire bun back in this generation. They've got Victini. That's a fire bun, but you can't use Victini in the battle subway. So that's fine. It's funny that bug beats fighting. I've never seen a bug that could survive my mega punch. I mean, I'm imagining it. The way it like makes sense in my head is that like touching a bug is kind of gross. You know what I mean? But welcome in, Lilith. It's lovely to meet you. Hi, I'm Cheesesteak. Hi. Touching a bug is kind of gross, so you don't want to like give it your all when you punch a bug, because you don't want to get like nasty bug all over you. I don't know. That's how it is in my head. Let's see. Lord _ Cryptid. Lord Cryptid, our friend Leo, does very nice, very chill, streams where he's doing art. Sorry to hear your buddies are getting bullied by a bug. It's okay. It's alright. I'll live. Leo does super nice streams. It's got a super nice overlay, really cool PNG tuber, and does amazing art, which we're about to see soon. Okay, so to give them a big thank you for rating in today, hit the little heart at the top of chat. Do it. And they're a good friend. And they bring the crawlers every time. Quick attack it is, I guess. For as much as I love Pokemon, I don't know that I'm very good at it. Did it avoid the attack? Wait, Sir Kid avoided the attack. Oh, it does so little damage. How can I be struggling this much? Oh, Great Griffin, thank you for following. What a cool name. Ugh. What is it lowering? My speed? That's fine. I'm still outspeeding it. Me when I touch a bug. Kill it, please. Please, Sir Kit, kill it. LGM? Okay. Underwave. Heal block, that's fine. Oof. I just can't believe it. Just give Sir Kit La Chancla. What? I'm also— oh, synchronized. Okay, that's fine. We can use Charm. Wait. Charm's not gonna do much, I don't think. But I already pressed it. That's fine. Hopefully the paralysis, helps. Spark! Hit it with that stab move. Simple beam. Now I'm simple. Ooh, coloring hours. Guys, I don't think I'm gonna make it. in this battle. Oh my god, Leo! This is looking so good! Wow! Oh, look at the two of them! Look at the two of them! I don't remember their names. I should know this by now. I really should know this by now. Can you remind me? LGM made you simple. I fear I already was. What are their names? What are their names? I love that you're showing the, like, the thickness of the fabric by, the pink one is Shamey, and the purple one is Ree. Okay, okay. Yeah. I thought that one of them was Shamey, but I knew that you have more characters. Ree, Shamey. Okay. I like that you're showing the, like, the fabric on the sleeve is kind of thin by the, kind of thin or sheer by the, Shamey's skin tone coming through. I love it. There's so many little things that you think of, that you end up putting into these. That's fantastic. Super nice. Leo's art is super good. Like I said, you guys should follow them. Follow them! Here we go. Thank you so much for raiding, Leo. Thank you for the crawlers. Thank you for coming to say hi. If you got a raid and run, feel free to do so. Get you some food and whatnot. We're gonna do our best. I don't think it's gonna pan out, honestly. Okay, so the spark is doing a reasonable amount. What? Okay. The heal block wore off, but that doesn't help me. So your kid is prevented from healing. That's fine. Heal block again. You've got this little utility guy, but it's not doing anything. Did you guys know I really like LGM and BHM? I think they're very cute. I think they're very cute little aliens. Okay, Spark. Did I just pick, like, bad Pokemon? Do I just have bad movesets? What am I doing wrong? Were you interested in the background of the One Piece art? Yeah. See, the background of the One Piece art is fantastic. The thing, oh, this is Ocean. The thing that I was saying is, like, I want to have a background. I remember you messaged me about it too. I want to have a background for, like, just chatting time on my stream, like a lot of VTubers have. It's real nice. I don't really got budget for commissions right now, is the issue. That's the problem. So I'm keeping you in mind. I'm gonna keep you in mind as an option. I meant to message you about it, but I couldn't really think of how to word it. Mine on MVP beat up the bug and the LGM, yeah! I love calling it LGM too, because it's short for, like, little green man. Sweet, we got the paralysis off. Sir Kit sure is pulling his weight. Sure is. Charm's not gonna do anything, I think. Paralysis doing good. Yeah, it's a budget issue. But I would love a custom background from you at some point. Maybe we could do some kind of art trade or something about it. Maybe, if that's something you're up for. Universe is hitting me with a giant squeaky hammer because all the people who are interested in commissioning don't have monies. Yeah, that really is how it is, huh? It really is. The big old squeaky hammer. You guys keep going like this and hope that I don't Okay, okay. You think one more hit'll do it? This is a very tense time. This is very tense. Scooch over a little. There we go. Don't die. Don't. Dang it. Ah! Cheese and crackers. Hi, Tomo. He flipped my shoulder. He said, "Are you okay? Daddy gave me these Pokemon. They've got to be strong." No. I would not like to save the battle video. Guys. I got rolled by a little boy and a bug. I'm so embarrassed. We're just gonna step out and not worry about the battle subway until we have better Pokemon with better movesets. Or until our Pokemon have better movesets, at least. We get like a Zoomerl in there once we have that guy. That guy. All that work at the gyms, they got outgunned by a baby with a worm. No. Ugh. Okay. Hello, walkthrough. What do you have? We already did Nimbasa City. Big stadium and small court. Nah. Keep yourself fighting fit by visiting every day. Battle subway. You can get on a real winning streak. Okay, is there something worth trying to win? Any Pokemon holding a soul to his band. But I want to see Ingo and Amit. They're cool. Smackdown. So we can get a cool TMs. Smackdown is good, I think. Explosion? Question mark? The problem with these Pokemon is that it doesn't hit hard at all and doesn't tank, so it's not really good. Which Pokemon? Also, hi Saito! I noticed you come in earlier and I didn't say hi. So hi! What Pokemon are you talking about? I know my team kinda sucks, but it's bunnies. They're cute, you know? It's a challenge. Sludge Wave. We can get some good items. Okay. No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Bianca's dad. We have the Bianca's dad thing. After her defeat, Elisa awards you the Bolt Badge, which commands obedience. Yeah. We should take the brown line from Nimbasa's gear station. So we're in the right place. We're in the right place. Go back in here and take the brown line. That's this, right? If I got my colors right, if I remember from elementary school. From kindergarten. Yeah, off to Anvil Town. Yes, I would like to board the train. Okay. We've got an ad that's gonna come up soon. Okay, but Sir Kit is one of the best ones on my team. Sir Kit is one of my best Pokemon. I just gotta make do with what I've got, alright? I'm sure I can continue and fight the gym leaders just fine. Maybe I don't have the best team, but they're all very cute, right? We have an ad coming up. I want to go ahead and run a 3-minute ad while we're on a break. So that we can have, for one, Cheesy gets a little breaky break. Cheesy gets a little time to go. And take it easy for a sec. I'm gonna grab a snack. I'm gonna take it easy for a sec. I get up and stretch my legs and all that. You should too. While we're on break, we're going to run our 3-minute ad. So that we can get a full hour of ad-free cheese content when we're back. Alright? Does that sound good? Yeah, Sir Kit's the MVP. He's been pulling through. He's been pulling through for sure. I only wish his sibling was there too, but they're still stuck in the box until we roll the right thing. Tomo's trying to take a nap on my desk, but he's right by my mouse cord, so he's like, "Get that out of my face! Get that out of my freaking face!" Oh yeah, okay, break time. We're gonna have basketball going, okay? We're gonna have basketball. So I'm gonna leave that running. I'll be back in 10 minutes. Alright? See you guys soon! I am back. I got so caught up in the basketball game. It's almost done. It's almost done. Ethereal's too good at this. You're too good at this, man. There's one more. Let's see. It's right behind me. It's right there. It's right there. Can you do it? Pew! Here, let me do it. Let me flick you. Pew! Oh, it's all gone. GG! GG's Ethereal. I gotta put like a really expensive item. Did you buy the Ponson item already? Ah, I haven't seen Ponson around in a while. It's fine. GG! Have you 100%ed the stream avatars items? I gotta put in some more like ridiculously expensive ones that people will want to save up for. I think I've 100% at the store. 100 booty. I don't know if there's that in the store. Is there anything in the trash cans though? A subway map. That's kind of nifty. Kind of nifty little subway map. 100 booty. Okay. All these trash cans and nothing in any of them. Little flautist, hello. A beautiful tune is spreading throughout the town. She's the one playing it. Oh, are you also curious about that train? Not really, but I'll hear you out. Alrighty, let me explain. Hi, Ptolemy. Hi! As you know, this is a local train to Anvil Town. Isn't it just so cute? This one is a little slow and heavy. When it runs, the whole train sways. The train car is the same model as a single train. Because it is an old train car, I hear the maintenance is hard. But it's the one I always ride because I loved it as a kid. Nostalgia of actively making things more difficult for people. How's it going, Ptolemy? It's nice to see you. This is a generation you got into Pokemon? Mine, I mean, I had Gen 1 as a kid, but the game I had came out the same year that I did. I had Pokemon Yellow. I did kind of skip Gen 3, but Gen 4 was my favorite. Hi, Iz! Welcome in! Nice to see you today! A lot of train cars have a rest here. Hang on a night. My parents got me Yellow for Christmas when it came out. Sweet! I have a... Let's see, how's my Tomocam doing? Let me show you my... Since it was my first game I ever owned, I have a tattoo commemorating it. Hi, this is my hand. My human flesh hand. Ugh, I hate that one of my fingernails broke. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. But yeah. Rolling out the steel rails. It's Train Town. Ugh, we have people who like trains, but I don't know how many of them are here today. Like Caspico and Damselheart and Sound Ninja might be here. The girl on the bridge. She's playing a lullaby for all the sleeping trains of this town. I also have white too. I had white, but I gave it to my younger sister, and I don't know where it is now. Oh, the Zelda tattoos. That was a bigger favorite of mine in childhood. Yeah! Train 7. I always thought that emoji specifically looked like a person. Like, that's a head and shoulders, and there's like some kind of mask that has eyes and like a funny yellow nose. So when you post it like that, it looks like it's saluting. So what do I do here? Lots of people ride on trains, right? Anvil Town is famous for its turntable. Yes, I did see it. And I dig through the trash can. Yep. I feel like I've probably said that on stream before. What's this little part about? I'm gonna get more into like Pokemon ROM hacks. Ah, this is such a pretty and cute little town. But I want to play like Pokemon Unbound on stream sometime. That'd be really fun. Oh ho! With a face like that, I'll bet you're a Pokemon trainer. What do you mean? I work as a depot agent on the battle subway. Have you tried challenging the battle subway yet? Oh, you know, I just haven't got, I went there, but I just didn't, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's a hotspot for those who want some serious battling action. Oh, a rare candy. You mean you look like Pikachu? I got Pokemon Ranger as a kid. I was so confused where the Pokeballs were. I played a little bit of Ranger, but I cherish my DSs so much that I get worried that I'm destroying the screen by doing all the circles. I don't want to damage it. I don't want to damage it. But yeah, that's another rare candy for my pile. On weekends, a lot of people come here to watch the trains. You would not believe how much autism is in this town. If you come out on the weekends to watch the trains, there'll be a lot of people. That's what the other guy said. Many star piece collectors gather here. Now that's interesting. It must be easier for them to collect their items because many people who are trading different items come here. Interesting. Oh my goodness. Autistic people like trains. It's true. It's simply facts. I feel like I can say that because I know so many autistic people who love trains. So what do I do here? Is there anything to do here? Hello, walkthrough. Lost and found. Oh, he can give, oh, after 7 consecutive battles. Oh, there's full restore. Oh, weekends only. Oh, there's goodies I can get on weekends only. Well, I mean, it's Friday, right? Does that not count as a weekend? Why do I keep, like, looking up? Does this help? Move the camera around. Hello, hello. No, it doesn't help. It's fine. I like trains not for autistic reasons, but for logistic reasons. That's valid. That's valid. Head west from Nimbus. Oh. So there's just some, like, goodies that I can get here. And I got the rare candy. That's nice. A different train engine can be found on the turntable. Most of them is part of a battle subway. A worker on the bridge will explain about each one. Okay. Well, we're gonna head west from Nimbasa City to reach Route 5. That's what we're gonna do. This is a nice little flavor town. Flavor town! Guy Fieri is here. How do I leave? Oh, there we go. A nice little world building town, I'll say. Okay, well, I have in my stream title, we're going to Anvil Town! A Driftvale. We are going to Driftvale, okay. West out of, Nimbasa. Good to know. Maybe when we're a bit stronger and our team is a little more developed, we can tackle the battle subway again. Hello, clown. As it happens, Nimbasa City is a major destination for Pokemon battles. There are Pokemon trainers in lots of these buildings. True. Do I need to heal at all? Am I still rolled from the... No, okay. The trains are cool, but it's like cars. I never understood car people. I mean, there's lots of like very neat historical things about trains, right? Performer Street. I wonder what we can find. I wonder what we'll find on here. Sharon, apparently. Jeez! Stop! You've got a Bolt badge. I've got a Bolt badge. Let's kiss. Let's test who's stronger, you or me. This time I'm going to win. You've got a Bolt badge. I've got a Bolt badge. It only makes sense. Leopard. I like Lapani. I never liked Leopard. I thought its color scheme was kind of meh. Drain Punch. Drain Punch. We're gonna take care of this kitty cat. What? I flinched. What did it use? I wasn't paying attention. Torment. Don't torment me. I Bolt badge, you Bolt badge, they them Bolt badge. That's me, I'm a they them. Crizzy, when are you streaming it next? I gotta like actually go to a stream and actually like hang out and watch and be in chat and everything. I'm always too tired when I've been able to make it to a stream. Quick attack. You're really silly, Crizzy. I love your vibe. Penpour, Penpour. Yeah, we're gonna switch to Sir Kit. Sir Kit is gonna take care of that. I'm on a 2-weekend vacation, so next stream is the 21st. Oh, are you doing Gales of Nayeli? I'm doing that one a week from now, actually. Exactly, on the dot. So the 14th. Yeah, go Pepper! Pepper's doing great. Sir Kit is the one for taking care of water types though, so we're good. We're good. Zap! Oh, it could have been one hit. Could have been one hit. Don't scald me! No! That hurted. Mark. Eel Gales. Yeah, Sir Kit's the MVP. Pepper's also like really great. Pepper was rolling the early game for us. Servine. That's a grass type, you know what that means? It's Victini time. What should we name our Victini? It's so cute. I love its silly little fluffy butt wings. Me. It's just such a cutie pie. It's such a cutie pie. Incinerate. Run it. Run it. You holding the berry? Not anymore. Not anymore. Oh wait, it was holding a berry. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I'll pat myself on the back for that one. Pretty good. Searing shot. Burn is gonna take care of it. Growth. Growth will not save you now. What can we name a Victini? Ooh. Whoa. The leech seed saved it from the burn, but we got quick attack. It's a good thing we kept quick attack instead of taking headbutt, right? I wonder who's next. We might just keep Victini out. Tranquil. That's a bird. We're bringing out Circuit. Bird detected. Time to electrocute. That's Tomo when he was chewing on my computer cables. Before I did all my cable management, I was like, "Bet he's been really poorly behaved lately." He's like, and so the vet did a look over, and she was like, "It looks like he's got a little like a little scrape or something, like a little injury on his tongue." I was like, "Oh, maybe he's the reason my monitor suddenly went out." So I did a bunch of cable management stuff, and now there's nowhere that Tomo should be able to get to the cords anymore. But yeah, let's do it, Circuit. Zap that bird. Woof. Roost. Spark again. I keep running it. Ugh. It's so like, it's only 6:47 p.m. But it's so cozy in here. I can't help but feel. Stop using Roost. I can't help but feel sleepy. Stop healing. It's okay. It's okay. He just keeps healing. Accept your fate, little bird. You will be knocked out. Oh, I better use Roost. Oh, my health's pretty low. My health's pretty low. I better use Roost. Stop! Why do you keep doing this? I cannot believe it. I simply cannot. Here, we're gonna quick attack and then spark. And we'll rotate me this way just a little bit. There we go. What was that? What did it just do? Hey Tomo, don't go there. No. That's, I was literally just talking about electrocuting birds. You can't go over by the power outlet, stinker. This Victini has wings on its butt. You can name it Buzzbot. That's a pretty good idea. That's not a bad idea. I heal myself. I attack you. I heal myself for 15 turns. Literally. Thunderwave. Thunderwave will solve this. Like that. Yeah, okay. Thunderwave will solve this. Not the protect. Come on, Charon. This is some real BM tactics here. Not the crit. Circuit, have a lemonade. I'm gonna give a lemonade to this little lightning bunny. There you go. Drink up. Oh! Hey, you guys want to watch somebody be really bad at Pokemon? Why did it let me do that? What? I accidentally clicked on Wigglytuff. I hope you guys showed up because you're like, I want to watch somebody be really bad at Pokemon today. Old Fumble Fingers cheesecake. Alright, how about... Who's got Retaliate? Ginny's got Retaliate. We're bringing out Ginny. It ain't that bad. Okay. Can't get any worse from here. It can. We saw it in the battle subway. I promise. We say Retaliate. That's not bad. That's not bad. Now, don't lose Roost. It's all up from here. That's a better way of putting it. It's not over yet. What, are you gonna use Roost? Uproar. Weep, 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 weep. That's why we called her Ginny. We did it. The bird has been felled. Yay! We did it! Ah, what a pain! Why can't I beat you? Oh, have you tried getting good? Oh, you two are friends. That's nice, how you're helping each other get better by competing. Okay, let's go. Ooh, what's going on here? Performer Street. Oh, why if it isn't Elisa? Who is it? Oh, this guy? Art festival's grand. Life should be enjoyed. Tomo, what are you doing? Where is my bird? You're not... Where are you hanging out? I just want to make sure it's not anywhere dangerous, okay? Where are you? Here, come on. Give me just a second. I think he's somewhere dangerous. Just a second. Okay, I'm back. Tomo was indeed somewhere dangerous. You know how I was just talking about cable management? I was just talking about cable management. Tomo was... I have this, like, little hanging thing under my desk at the back that I put, like, I route all the cables through to go up to the monitors and stuff. Behind the desk. I'm kind of out of shape. Hello again, bird. It has power outlets and lots of cable. He was in the cable manager. He was in the little cable managing, rack. That's not where Tomo should be. But, that's fine, I guess. How about your foraging tray? Where there's all sorts of yummy seeds and treats. I'm back. Why can't I beat you? I don't know, I'm not even really trying. I'm just having fun with bunnies. Here, why don't you hang out here? Instead of where the mouse cable is. Because you hate the mouse cable. Okay, you can sit right there. Maybe he wants to be in the desk lamp. That might be it. Okay. Yes, he is the manager of this establishment. Aren't festivals grand? Life should be enjoyed. Let's move this. Like that. There we go. Life should be enjoyed. Who is this man? This is Alder, the Unova Region's champion. Champion? Why would the champion be goofing off in a place like this? I heard that remark. You're quite a judgmental young person, are you not? My name is Alder. I'm the Unova Pokemon League's champion. Pleased to make your acquaintance. For your information, I'm not goofing off. I'm on a voyage. I know every corner of Unova. I'm Charon from Nuvema Town. My goal as a trainer is to become the champion. Traveling with a goal in mind is a commendable thing. Yeah, I'm just playing with bunnies. That's my goal. And what do you plan to do after becoming the champion? What else is there other than striving to become stronger? The strongest trainer, that's the champion. Becoming stronger. Becoming stronger, you say? Is that alone enough of a goal? It's not that I'm trying to say your way of thinking is wrong. In my travels, I've helped many people learn to love Pokemon. I think that's important too. If you play with those children, you might gain more of an understanding. Will you two have a Pokemon battle with those two? Hey, you two, come here for a moment. Do you see these two trainers? This boy just got destroyed by a bunch of bunnies. Isn't that funny? But before that... I got healed up. Okay, let's battle. Here, you two, destroy these babies. And then I'm like getting traumatic flashbacks to getting rolled by a preschooler with a worm. Oh, doggies! Intimidate? Double intimidate? Does intimidate stack? Don't you see how much they love their Pokemon? What if I just tried beating up Charon? I bet you I could do it. Wipe out all of Charon's Pokemon and then these herdiers. It would be so rude though. Well, Tomo had a number 2 on my desk. Okay. I know. You don't like me cleaning up your number 2s on my desk. Are we bullying him? Hiya, you. I feel like it's been a sec. Welcome in. We could be bullying Charon. But I'm choosing not to. Because I am kind and wise. What, helping hand? Almost having a rest. Oh, I've been on holiday doing lots of London things. Ooh! Did you visit, what do you do in London? See Big Ben, shopping? I don't know, what do you do in London? I have been sitting down a lot. I've been on my booty. And Alder's like, don't you see? Beating up children is fun. Citrus berry. I have quick attack. Wow, Lightbard got credit. I didn't even have to try and oh, it was takedown. And I am the sole survivor. That makes me the best. Sightseeing, shopping, lots of theater this week. Ooh, any standouts? Any standout shows? Nicely done. You didn't win, but that was a good battle. Your Pokemon looked like they were having fun. Young man, if there are people like you who pursue strength, there are also people who are happy just being with Pokemon. There are many different people and many different answers. When it comes to what a champion should be, you and I may hold differing views, but so be it. Give it some thought. Oh, Back to the Future, the musical. Interesting. I didn't know that had a musical. Let's roll. The Driftvale Drawbridge is just ahead. Driftvale Drawbridge. Have you ever seen a Driftvale draw a bridge? You telling me a Driftvale drew this bridge? The champion is the strongest of the strong. That's all there is to it. This child doesn't understand. What? Let me take a peek, sound. Apples! What are you doing with these apples? You're making spicy juice? You're making cider? Whoa! Spicy juice. Driftvale Drawbridge. I'm just being goofy, is. You telling me a chicken fried this rice? Egg fried rice? Whoa. Sound Ninja, you're gonna like send some to me, right? You're gonna send it through the teleporter, right? Is that Victini? What if we named our Victini cider? That would be cute. Name our Victini cider. Tomo, you can't stand by my there you go. Stand there. It's okay. You can't stand by my mouse and then be mad that my mouse cable is doing mouse cable things. Oh, you have to be facing that way? Birds. Cider is cute. My friend's cat's name is Cider. And there's a guy on the Red Wings named Cider, I think. My family would be amused by it. I do have some apologize if you can't mail liquids. Yeah. Just send it through the teleporter. Just throw it in the teleporter. We're teleporting bread. Okay, yeah, everyone's fine. Now we just throw a fresh water. Or something. Do we have normal potion? No. Water it is. Here, Pepper, have a sippy. Almost sleeping. There's your little bird. Hello, Alder. It's tremendous that people in Pokemon can acknowledge each other. I could fight all these people. Hello. Hum fiercely, my battle song. Battle fiercely, my Pokemon. Oh! You see his face? Oh! Oh! Me holding my guitar. Oh! Boil it and mail the apple gas, dude. You're onto something. I really think you're onto something. Dig, dig, bunny, dig. Excellent. Such a good bunny. Another Blitzel? Don't mind if I do. Dig, bunny, dig. Some people call me a visionary. What do you call you? A fissionary? My captions are gone. I updated my OBS and the captions plugin exploded. I tell them to stop that because my name's Ayu. That's not my name. Oh! Yay, money! In battling you, I came to understand you're the best. Here, this is for you. Oh, an electric guitar. Oh, props, huh? If you want your Pokemon to hold this electric guitar, go to the musical theater. Cooler than cool. Ice cold. These Pokemon usually help me bake. Today, they'll help me battle you. Yeah, the captions, they exploded. I haven't been able to figure out yet how to get them back. Aw, so sweet. Oh, my glasses. How comfortable. Thank you, Omelette. Hi, Omelette. I just finished a rough draft of an essay that's due tonight. 6 pages. Oh man, I don't envy you. But good job. Good job for working so hard. Pepper. Panseer. I don't think we have anything. We have dig? Is ground good against fire? Yeah. Ground is strong against fire. Dig, dig, dig. Penpoor! You know what we're doing. You know who we're bringing out. What, 3 paragraphs for it tonight? I've been working since 5. Oh. You got this, Omelette. I believe in you. And Sage, we've got the one for that too. Oh, she said that her Pokemon help her bake. Panseer gets the fire going. Panpour adds water. Pansage adds herbs. That's so sweet. That's so sweet. All right, a bite. Poor Sharon was like, why can't I win? Why can't I win? I guess he really is a kid, huh? Really still is youngins. I was hoping you would heal my Pokemon. Can I get healing in here? Hi, I'm a humble maid. My master has a big heart to match his big belly. He's a gourmet. So I'm looking for ingredients that will make his heart jump for joy. Oh, that aroma! It smells so gourmet! Do you have a wonderful ingredient in your bag? What is it? What do I have? Hover fossil? So you want some sand? Ah, tiny mushroom. Oh, it smells so good! That tiny mushroom of yours is a very rare ingredient indeed. Yeah, you should try getting good. Yeah. What? I've got something else? What do I have? A bicycle? You want a lemonade? You want this? Cover fossil? This is not quite what I'm looking for. Well, if you won't heal my Pokemon, then that's fine. If you give her any edible item, she'll pay you for your generosity. Oh, okay. She pays more for each item than any Pokemart does. Interesting. Okay. Off we go. Yeah, maybe he should try not using monkeys. He wasn't using any monkeys. He had Servine. Wait, no, he did have a monkey. This way. Cover fossil is editable if you got good teeth. It's true. It's me, Elisa. Please lower the drawbridge. I have a couple of trainers here who want to challenge you. Okay, thanks. Now watch this. And now there's some, like, ship driver who was like, it was supposed to be open at this time of night. Oh, now my shipments are gonna be late. My shipments. And Elisa's just like, check this out. Isn't it so cool? I have a TV gig, so I've got to go. The gym leader of the next town may take some getting used to. Do your best, both of you. Bye, Elisa. Bye, pretty lady. Bye-bye. What I am is a trainer. I prove I'm right by getting stronger and winning in battle. So juvenile. Even against the champion. Oh, there goes my Amazon delivery. How do I get that item? Gimme. Well, how do I get that item? Oh! Hello, Dancer Man. Turn around and it's my turn. Turn around and it's your turn. Turn around and it's my turn. Turn around and it's your turn. Yeah, look at him go. Brian. I remember my last failed Nuzlocke on White 2 randomizer. Randomizer? I lost literally to the last fight because of a real unlucky moment and pure luck for the opponent, and I was like, oh come on, 5 stats boost the 6? The dictionary doesn't have enough curse words in it to describe what I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm simply not strong enough for Nuzlocks, and that's fine. That's okay. Go Pepper, go! So the next gym leader is Clay. I think we might struggle against Clay. Unless we get some different attacks going. Some different special type moves on our Pokemon. The smell in my house right now is unreal. Made sure to use whole spices and toasted them first. Also added fresh ginger, 2 blood oranges, and a lemon, all zested and quartered, and like a bunch of apples. I'll be dashing in some rum once I get it fully mashed and separated, as well as some brown sugar, cinnamon sticks, cloves, coriander, allspice, nutmeg, and star anise. I want to do cardamom too, but I couldn't find any whole. I accidentally grabbed more ground cinnamon by mistake. Wow. Ah. Oof. That sounds so good. That sounds scrumptious. How do I get that item? Can't I just like reach? Just, gimme. How do I do it? How do I go through? Oh, this way. Just have to use a little extra spatial reasoning. The whole spices are already brewing in there, of course. Of course! Minccino! Minccino is like bunny adjacent. We can't use Minccino, but I recognize Minccino as a sibling to bunnies. Losing halfway through the game, fine. Losing to the last gym leader, okay. Losing at the beginning, sure, why not? But the last fight of the game, have mercy on my save. Ugh, yeah. It's true. It's really rough. I'm not strong enough for Nuzlocks. Like, that would break me. I would swear off Pokemon ever again. Oh my god, it's Lois. She got sick of being on Family Guy, so she went to go be a backpacker. Gotta put a period after the sugar. Oh, brown sugar, comma, cinnamon sticks. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna... Psychic type guy. How do we fight a psychic type guy? I think we just bring out Sir Kit. I don't really have a reason for this text wall. Everyone's doing it and I just want to be popular. Is that so bad? I think it's okay to want things. Is this even a wall? I can't tell how big it is. We're getting some long messages, but people got long things to say. That's totally fine. It's totally fair. Thunder wave you. I will thunder wave you. Imprison. My moves have been sealed. Oh, it's got synchronize? Ugh, more like stinchronize. Spark! I kill you! I destroy you! Gonna finish it off with quick attack. Say all the things, yes! Quick, somebody do another text wall! You know, Tomo's kind of cute, honestly. Oh, I've got a new brine shrimp tank attempt going. And it's going well so far. My poor shrimpies. The ones that survived for like 11 days, I overfed them. And then they all died. Apparently, like, it's the most, common reason for, Happy Halloween! Apparently overfeeding is like the most common reason for a brine shrimp tank to explode. Yeah, they ate till they exploded. No, it's that, all of the, like leftover food in the tank that they couldn't eat, soiled the water quality. So, I did a couple water changes, and I let the, you know, algae come in and help clean things up for a week. And then 2 days ago, I went ahead and put new eggs in. I did some water changes too. Went ahead and put new eggs in. And I've got a bunch of baby shrimpies! I put in more eggs than usual. Yeah. They're cute. They're real little. They're doing their thing, swimming around, and they're happy. I've got a lot of algae in my tank, a lot of algae and biofilm. It seems like it's doing well so far, and I have high hopes. I've got high hopes. My focus is so bad right now. Y'all are doing text walls? Okay, so like I made a massive plushie order, so many snails, then yesterday I bought a big avocado for $10 and a prototype durian for $25, insane price. I got a few stickers with it. I love my blue sea dragon one so much. It arrived. I have all 3 with me right now. I need to open my sea angel one still. Ah! I love your plushie adventure, snail. Let's put Freebie in front, just because I feel like we haven't even seen Freebie do anything today. A prototype durian, yeah. New fruit just dropped. You know, from when durians were still being developed. No, a prototype plushie of a durian, I'm assuming. As my mind roams, as the wind blows, destiny has brought us to this battle. Like a durian, but they haven't worked out all the bells and whistles. Yeah, exactly. Michael, it's your birthday today. I do really like the cry for Palpitoad. Palpitoad's not my favorite, but I do think its cry is very cute. Grass nut? I think Palpitoad is a bunny. Because he hop. You're kinda right. Go freebie, okay. Yeah, my durian had 37 bananas in it. Can I go home now? I've never tried durian before. Isn't that the stinky one? Stinky fruit that smells bad. We gotta revive. Never have durian, but I've seen it. I've seen them in YouTube videos and stuff. I feel like I've heard that the reason that all these content creators are trying it and they're like, oh, it's horrible, is that they're getting it imported, and it's, you know, they can't ship it fresh, so they ship it underripe, because it would spoil. It wouldn't make it over there if it was ripe. I like it. It's definitely unique, though. Is it stinky? Is it stinky and nasty? A bridge would be meaningless if no one ever crossed it. Bridges connect the world. That's as solid as a symbol can get. Hello, you. Sometimes above the bridge you can see shadows of bird Pokemon, right? Their feathers drift to the ground here. When you try to pick them up, occasionally you'll run into a Pokemon. Ooh, feather. Eureka! I got a genius wing! You should try jackfruit. It's kind of like pineapple, but way fiberier. Oh, right down there. It can also be used to make faux pork. Yeah, I've heard of jackfruit being a real good like meat substitute, texture-wise. Occasionally I'll run into a Pokemon. Ugh, I hate running. Little ducky. I always thought Ducklet was so cute. I don't support the concept of it being like an ugly duckling kind of situation because it's really cute. Oh, thunk. Ooh, that's clearly a flying Bunny. Eureka! I gotta be careful of the way I say that because of that meme. I'll just show you guys the meme. I'm not gonna say it, but it's like really stupid and silly. Google. It's okay, you can Google it. You stinka? No. Why is Google like... Okay. Google's like, I'm not gonna do that. It's just not loading. Hey guys, look at my Google page. Like, the browser's working in general, right? Oh, I'm gremlin mode. Crystal Goog's cake. Yeah. Things are loading. It's not Google. Okay, there we go. I'll show you guys this stupid meme, but it's like, it's so stupid that it's one of my favorites. It's gross, but also it's funny. There you go. There you go. New meme for you guys. Okay, freebie. Eliminate this duck. Like, that's just one of those memes that lives in my head, and whenever somebody says, Eureka! I'll always associate it with that meme. For better or worse. It's just in there now. Unk. I've got an idea. That sure was a duck. Hello. When a ship passes, the bridge raises and lowers. But Clay controls when the ships run from the start, so when the bridge raises and lowers, it's up to Clay. Where's those feathers? Morsel. The music here is soft and nice. It's gentle. It's a little quiet. It's just in there now. It's painfully here because no, don't even think of it like that, Snail. You don't gotta do that. You don't gotta do that to yourself. Looks for feathers, gets an entire wing. Petey! Hello, boy. When Driftveil's mentioned, what comes to mind is the cold storage. Man, I sure love freezers. And Charles! There's too much iconic music in this game. Wait. Hold on, let me turn this up a little bit. Let's see. Audio settings. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh no, we have an ad starting. I'm gonna snooze it out so I can do my bit. Hold on. wait. Okay, hold on. Put me away real quick. What's a good one for this? Well, thank you for following Sacred230. Where's a good one? No, I have to find just the right one. Yeah, it disappeared. Hold on. Okay. It's the song! I gotta bust it down. It's like the song of all time in this game. It kind of fits. Also, like, revealing that I have no body. Longtime cheesecake viewers already knew, but it's very evident with the the dances. No chance of an upskirt if there's nothing to reveal. Okay. Take it easy, cheesecake. There we go. Driftville City music came on. I had to bust it down, okay? I just had to. Cheesecake breaking it down Perry style. Are they going with the sauce? Hi, Jack. Buzzbot could have made that really silly. Not this time. I was busting it down fairy style. I wish I had that on like a hotkey or something. Hello. Bridges are amazing. Yeah, no, this music is absolutely fantastic. It immediately brings to mind the, Yes, I will do that, Jack. Immediately brings to mind that, like, silly animation of the Toothless. Little dragon Toothless. Any chance of a redeem to make you break it down booty style? I have exactly 78,325 channel points. Break it down booty style? I mean... that doesn't sound that bad. You're fine. Here we go. Why, yes, I am goated with the sauce. I'm throwing it back. See, the thing is, I would have to do it like... I wouldn't be able to, like, zoom out for it. Ooh. And I would have to turn it off when I do, like, another pose. Oh, crunchy. Moonwalking? Oh yeah, look at me go. I have to choose one that, look at me go. Oh yeah. Hey, there's an ad starting soon. I appreciate you guys sticking around through the ad. Booty with the sauce. Buzzing it down Chi-Chi style. Cheeky style. Maybe I'll just do this the whole time I'm, in Driftville. This is just how it's gonna be. The Charizard Bridge. There's no way. There's an ad starting in a second. I'll see you guys on the other side of the ad. I gotta move little Mochi Bot Starscream. Excuse me, sir. I gotta move him. There we go. He's dancing with you? You're right, you're right. Yeah, I'll just be, grooving around the whole stream, I guess, while we're in Driftvale. When am I gonna return to my spot? Snones. Snail bones? I'm walking away! Go back, Cheesecake! How about this one? Cheesecake doing nothing but busting it down to the Driftvale City music for the next like 20 minutes. That's what you guys are here for, right? This is what you can do when you've got a 3D VTuber. I can give myself a headache rolling my head like that. Oh yeah, oh yeah. That was pretty good. It's like a K-pop dance. We're not gonna worry about how the model's breaking. It's fine. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry. Okay, you know what? We could make a redeem for this. And we can do it real quick too. And nobody's gonna be upset because the Driftvale music is in the background, right? Here, we're gonna make a new reward. Let's see. And new reward. She is gonna be CZ. Bust it down. Redeem this when there's some banging music. Only when 3D VTuber is out. It's gonna be 600. It's party color. Yeah. Bright pink, that's party color. It doesn't do anything yet, so don't redeem it. I'm gonna have 10-minute cooldown. Yeah. Just so people don't spam it. Okay, it doesn't do anything yet. Don't redeem it. Doesn't do anything yet. Then we're gonna go to Wardo. You guys can't see this. Hold on. And then reset the transform. There you go. Let's see. I have this redeem when somebody wants to put on my glasses. On Twitch, channel points redeemed. String contains this if... Okay. This one might be a little... Okay, we can kind of combine these conceptually. Okay. On Twitch, channel points redeemed. New blueprint, we're gonna call it... Bust it down. Channel points redeemed. It doesn't do anything yet, Jack! Channel points redeemed. String contains. String contains. It's gonna be reward title. Contains. I'm buzzing it down in spirit, it's true. What is it called? CC, bust it down. And then I want it to go into if branch How does it work? Oh yeah. when a channel point is redeemed, only turn this on if it's this channel point redeem. I hate how like weirdly specific you have to be. There we go. There we go. If true, then we want idle animation to be high energy dance 15, high rhythm dance 15, idle animation. Okay. Set property, some sort of property. Set asset property, I think. Asset. This one. Animation. Can I do this? Expressions. Idle animation. No, let's get. Set. I need set. There, this one. If true, then enter asset iOS Uber data path idle. You can't search it? We can do this. What is it like to be an amazing, skilled, and talented artist with super cool and kind? Oh shucks. You get cute, silly goobers that are also amazing, skilled, and talented artists like Art Omelet complimenting you. That's what it's like. You're too sweet, Omelet. Set it to high rhythm dance 15. And then on transition to end, we want delay. Which one? What does this one have? Delay control flow. Oof. I barely know what these things mean. On transition end, is that? Yeah, enter. Okay. Delay control flow, we want 3,000 seconds? Oh! A head pat right on the head. Thank you, Omelet. Thank you. You are a dessert omelet. You're a crepe. Oh, 300. 300 seconds. And then I want it to go back to default. That asset property. This one. Idle animation. I gotta scroll down to it again. I'm a programmer. It's hard to feel like it, because whenever I do anything that's programmer-ish, default idle animation. Wait. Whenever I do anything that's programmer-ish, it's through a UI. Yeah, idle animation. Back to generic. Okay, it should work. I'm actually working on a C program with stream in the background. Right on! What are you working on, Iz? I'm just trying to set it so that, I start busting it down when people do a redeem. We had Coconut Mall on loop in Chi-Chi's stream. Okay, but who's gonna complain? Nobody's gonna complain. I mean, nobody's gonna complain about Coconut Mall, but who's gonna complain about Driftvale either? Okay, is it, It's still on cooldown. Let me turn it off. Is that gonna reset the cooldown? And turn it back. $300 seconds. How long is that? Is that too long? Save. Node-based programming is still programming? Aw, thank you. Thank you. I guess, you know, you pick up a thing or two. Oh yeah, look at me go. You pick up a thing or two here and there when you do something like streaming. Oh yeah. Yeah. Grooving with natty cakes over there. How long is 300 seconds? Okay, that's 5 minutes. So I'm supposed to be dancing for 5 minutes. I'm gonna change this to 60 seconds. 30 seconds? Hi, Draco. I mean, it's Driftville City. What am I supposed to do? What do you expect of me? Welcome back, Draco. It's for a microcontroller controlling a relay to turn on a plant lighting system. That's awesome! I think you're doing great! Oh yeah! Peak Cheese stream content? We have fun. Oh no! My magic dancing shoes! Guys, I can't stop dancing! I'm gonna set the cooldown time to 5 minutes. Oh, this is programming for sure. This is totally programming. I'm not in shape to be doing dances like this, I'm gonna be honest. Okay, let's I'm gonna change this a little bit. We're just gonna change it to 40 seconds. Oh, you don't have the moves? I don't have the moves, I'm so sorry. Okay, this is gonna go for a while, but it's okay. Next time we do the redeem, it should last for a more reasonable amount of time. I love how I'm like dancing off of the screen and everything too. Where am I going? Where are you going, Cheese? Where are you going, Cheeser? Little Cheesers? It's okay, I was born way too stiff. I get tired too easy. I don't take care of my body. Wow, dancing while programming. You gotta when Driftville City music is going. So how about the city's pride and joy, the drawbridge? Oh yeah. Is the drawbridge the pride and joy, or is it the OST? I'm still going. I've been going for 5 minutes. How long ago did that come in? 3 minutes ago? Okay, we got 2 minutes left. But we have a cutscene, so you look like someone who just plays games and has fun. Get a job, dude. This world doesn't revolve around spreading joy and pleasure like your Cascoons and Dupiters make you think. Try spreading some evil, messed up hatred for once? Okay. I think I will, actually. Yeah, that's why the music got evil. Well, Mia Potter, welcome in! There we go. It's time for being evil. Oh man. Look at cheesesteak go. This one, the model breaks less, honestly. And take a sip. Welcome in. Hi. I'm trying to wave, but it's not working because I'm dancing. I'm dancing too hard. Yeah, shake it, cheesesteak. Yeah, get it. Honestly, yeah, cheesesteak's killing it. But hi, nice to meet you. This should stop soon. Maybe another minute. Oh, hi. Oh, we're good. We're good. Your streams never fail to make me smile. You're too sweet, Jack. You're too sweet. Mia Potter uses they, her, him, them. Right on, right on. I use they, them, or am, air pronouns. Mia has used a pronoun check in chat. Also, you can use this link to put them next to your name. If I don't know your pronouns, chances are I don't know how to refer to you. Which, if that's how you're happy, then I'm happy too. But, you're free to share your pronouns in chat, so I know. Yippee! We got some he, hims, we got some they, thems. Okay, I'm gonna go back to my normal model. In fact, let's go to this model. It's got Piplup on it. Any pronouns? Right on! Usually he, him, right on! Okay. We actually got a cutscene to do. We've got a cutscene. So you're the trainers Elisa was talking about, huh? What is that voice? Oh yeah, we're in Driftville City. Nothing else to do in Driftville City but to bust it down, am I right? Yeah, it's a cute hoodie, huh? This is like a perfect dance for Driftville too. Oh man, I can just see you guys turning this on at the absolute wildest of times. Oh man. Oh, I also love how my bangs are clipping through my head. Love that. Love to see it. These okay, that's a reasonable amount of time to be busting it down. Oh, I can only imagine what mischief you'll be up to, Omelette. Surprised it's only 600? Should I bring it up? I was wishing I had that for Alien Isolation. I think I'll raise the cost a little bit. Where is it? 600. Let's raise it a little bit. Just so that we don't get too much of it, you know? You'll kill my points with this? Good. Let's do 1200. That'll do. Don't listen to me on this because I have 78k. Maybe a higher cost and or limit per stream per person. Fun's out. Hi, welcome in. Tabshiale. That's what I'll call you. Unless you have unless you want to let me know what I'll call you. Limit per stream per person? Okay, but if we're in Driftville City, I want people to use it as much as they can. I wish that hoodie was real. It probably wouldn't be too terribly difficult to make. You would have to get a blue hoodie and a white hoodie, cut them up and resew them together, and then just take paint pens on the pocket. Yeah. Probably wouldn't be too terribly hard, right? Like paint pens like that. I do love Piplup, that's my favorite starter. You're the trainers. Yeehaw! We gotta get a yeehaw voice. You're the trainers Elisa's talking about, right? I'm Clay. I'm the gym leader around these parts. Don't be expecting no welcome now. What? That's so mean. Cause when we lowered that bridge... What's the dog talking about? That Team Plasma guys we caught done escaped in all the ruckus. The hardest part would be dealing with Nintendo's lawyers? I mean... No. Unless you're trying to sell it, you know. I'm gonna go see what's up with the dog. Give me just a second. Just a second. I'm gonna dance real quick, okay? I'm back. It was just the dog, doing dog things. What a bother. We're grateful that you lowered the bridge, but how is it our fault that they escaped? This should trigger during raids. My favorite song in this game is Village Bridge. Ooh, I do love the Village Bridge. That's one of the really memorable parts for me about Pokemon Black and White is when you could set all the different instruments in Village Bridge and all that. It was really clever and fun. You can say whatever you want, but what's important is y'all showed up and then Team Plasma escaped. What a jerk. Maybe it's a little heavy-handed, but you ought to start looking for Team Plasma too. You're both talented trainers, aren't you? Ain't you? Tell you what, if you find Team Plasma, I'll let you challenge my gym. Life's all about give and take. I feel like there should probably be like regulations against that. Like, you're not allowed, like, I feel like that should be illegal or against the rules for Pokemon gym leaders to do. We would have looked for Team Plasma even if we hadn't asked. I could get stronger while beating that bothersome bunch. Like saying, I'm not letting you progress. It's my choice to not let you progress in your Pokemon journey. Oh, we gotta turn it down a little bit. I forgot. It's my choice to not let you progress in your Pokemon journey. I forgot that it was so loud this whole time. There, is that reasonable? Okay, that's reasonable. My choice to not let you progress in your Pokemon journey because I'm blaming you for something. Maybe not blaming you, but I'm giving you this dangerous task that you have to complete before you challenge me. I don't know, it rubs me the wrong way. Oh my god, we're almost 4 hours in, that's crazy. Hello! A terrific trainer, let me share a training tip with you. During a battle with a trainer, even if your Pokemon's items are taken away, don't worry. They will be returned to you safely after the battle. But disposable items seem to disappear. I work in the cold storage. The cold storage is in the southernmost part of the city. I work in the cold storage. Hey, the professor gave you a Pokemon. Ooh, battle combo move. I don't have... I abandoned my Oshawott. Water Pledge, Fire Pledge, and Grass Pledge. I abandoned my starter because it wasn't a bunny. Sorry, Bundercover. Those Team Plasma meanies forced me to battle them, and when I lost, they stole my Pokemon. So what happened in here? I was too busy busting it down. Hey there, trainer! Have you ever battled the Elite Four of the Pokemon League? In another life, I have. You can't battle them unless you have 8 gym badges, right? Market. Anything nice here? Anything nice in the market? There must be a convenient town where everything is imported and everything is available. Really? You think so? Charles? You lost your Pokemon? Have you tried throwing it back about it? Let's see. Let me try it real quick. Where's my Oshawott? It's so dumb. Maybe this will help me find my Oshawott. It's just too jamming. Okay. Oh, there's an ad starting in about a minute. I appreciate you guys hanging around through the ad. Don't be on the floor, use the Commodore. Ooh, give me some of those. I'm going to destroy my relationship with my Pokemon. But they'll be nice and healthy. It's just too good. It's just too good. Energy root. We're getting a bunch. That's like most of our money, but that's okay. Because these are good. These are good things. Hello. Looking at seasonal vegetables is fun. When seasons change, the vegetables change. Yes. Yes, nurse. Yeah, I like good things. Show me a Pokemon level 30 or more. When I get one, I'll show you. Stinker. Okay, now I can talk to this lady. The medicinal herbs imported from another region work very well. But Pokemon don't seem to like them because they taste a little bitter. This is straight from the farm. Mew Mew milk. Give me a dozen. Yay! You think we have enough healing items? Goods carried away from Driftvale arrive in a town somewhere else. Yeah, the world is connected. Yeah. It sure is. I'm grateful that you came all this way. Yes, I have a Pokédex. Struggle Bug. I don't want to. There are many kinds of Pokemon. They can learn different kinds of moves. That's true. I don't know what she would give me. probably something good. The Pokemon of lightning and the Pokemon of wind are both known to come and go as they please. Wow, Thundurus and Windurus? Tornadus. Windurus. Sound Ninja, badge. Oh, you're in ads, actually. I'll tell you after ads. Hello. What are you pacing out here for? Are you good, man? The reason I'm hanging around is because I want to hang around. Oh, if my Pokemon just knew the move Surf, I could go on top of the water. That'd be nice. Oh no, are we gonna have to use Surf soon? Because, I don't think any of my Pokemon in my party right now can learn Surf. It'd be funny if Wigglytuff could. What are we supposed to do here? We're supposed to... We meet Clay, there's the Move Tutor. Move Tutor. Stop, use Shell Bell? The house to the southeast of the Pokemon Center, and... Shell Bell's not bad. I like Shell Bell. Move Tutor. Sound Ninja, I noticed, I was gonna say while you were in ads, but the badge that you have next to your name, you know what it looks like? You know what that looks like to me? Where is it? The eyes? I keep thinking it's a yippee creature. I'm like, oh, it's so cute. Wait, it's a skull. Okay, we're gonna go get the Shell Bell. Southeast of the Pokemon Center. Speak to the elderly man. Hello, elderly man. Ha-hoo! You have a Pokédex. How many Pokemon have you found? Now we're talking. This is for you. Yay! This other kid will give me a Basculin if I give him a Minccino, but I don't have a Minccino, so... The woman in the house north of the market wants to see a Pokemon news. Oh! This lady will give me heart scales. Charles is a motorcyclist. Speak to him about... Okay. Driftveil's a major shopping hub. You got the Moo Moo Milk. At the herb shop. Cold storage, an important step for the region's imports and exports. So that's where we have to go. The cold storage. Let's see if we can give that Shell Bell to somebody. Or maybe if there's any other items. Let's sort it. Black glasses. Do we have any dark type moves? No. Mystic water. There's no water type moves. Shell Bell. Smoke ball. Soft sand. Should I give that to Pepper? What does Pepper have? Soothe Bell. Oh yeah. Yeah. Now Dig is gonna be stronger. Hey, I'm back. Shell Bell. For whom? Wigglytuff? Yeah, and we can give the amulet coin to Sir Kit, I think. Bum. We don't really have any other health items. Should I sell all these balls? Because I'm not gonna need to use any of them. Ah! Unless we run into a shiny. Then I'm going to need to use them. Yeah, there's no other, like, held items. That's fine. Some kids are catching and training Pokemon close to the cold storage. Is that so? Do that storage be cold? Thank you for telling me how to get there. Lemonade. Num. I'll have one more. Num. Pee up. I wonder what kind of Pokemon you can get here. I don't wonder that much. Evidently. Jeez. Do you think Team Plasma could be in there? I don't like cold places, but we have to check. What a bother. Put on a coat, buddy. Yeah, let's check. The reason why Clay is having you look for Team Plasma is because he's testing your abilities. Oh. We're in the chilly zone. The chilly freezy zone. Well, still. Is there anything more important than strength for trainers? Like the champion said. Oh, I'll never understand just by thinking about it. Whoa! Yeah! We're in the icy zone. I'm busting it down with some freezy moves on these chilly beats. Oh yeah! Get it, Cheesecake, get it! What a bother! Let's hurry up and check the inside. Alright, Stinky. When you walk through containers... Am I just supposed to continue playing the game like this? Okay. I'm glad I set it to only, what, like 40 seconds? Oh, it's so silly. When you walk through the container, some places are frozen, so you go sliding around. Let's get chilly. Let's get chilly with some freezy beats. Netball. Nothing I can do about that, I don't think. Yeah, that's a exit only kind of path. Let's see. I can just swing right on through. Ooh, there's a puzzle. Gimme. Scald? That's pretty good. I wonder if I have anyone that can learn Scald right now. I kind of doubt it. Whoops, not the bicycle. Don't want to be taking the bicycle onto ice. I kind of doubt anybody can learn Scald, but it's worth checking anyway, because having some water type? That'd be good. Aha. Boop. Anybody? Nope. That's fine. Maybe once we get Azumarill. What do we have though? Return. Does Pepper already have return? Pepper doesn't already have return. Okay. This is good. This is very good. We're getting rid of quick attack. Ta-da! Dig. We're gonna have Dig Rock Tomb? Because we need better range of attacks. Let's see who can do Rock Tomb. Nope! That's fine. Rest. Tract. Echo Voice. Scald. Tally. Volt Switch? Maybe, that has 70 power. Do we want to do that? Spark has 65 power, so Volt Switch is gonna be stronger But he'll have to scram. I have to hop on out of here. I don't know. Oh, no. What do you guys think? Thunderwave. Can somebody else learn Thunderwave? Because honestly, paralysis is good. Paralysis good. Ooh, Victini can learn it? That's nifty. Maybe Wigglytuff? Let's see what else is going on. Gyro Ball. Interesting. Who's spinning? Oh, Wigglytuff can learn Gyro Ball. That's kind of interesting. That's kind of nifty. Dig attract. Oh, right. She's got strength. The slower the user, the greater the damage. I don't know how slow she is. I'd have to check her stats again. No, wait. I hate this. Just let me leave. No. Yes, give up. Okay. Can't a guy just press B to exit out? Struggle buggle. Nobody. Work up. Grass nut. Okay, should I put Gyro Ball and Thunderwave? Let me see Wigglytuff stats. Okay, her attack and special attack are just about the same. How's her speed? 34? Is that bad? I don't know, when I press B, it just goes, ouch, I'm a B. You like smooth jazz? You like jazz? Yeah, he's a pretty good Transformer. I liked him in animated a lot. Should I give Thunderwave to Victini, maybe? Meanie. Searing Shot, Confusion. I like Searing Shot, I just wish it had more PP. Oh, we have a PP up though. At least one. I do like jazz. He's really cool in G1. There we go. More Searing Shot. More! Yeah. That's good, that's pretty good. Ooh, do we want to do any of these? Slightly, this is like it adds EVs, right? The wings? Well, this is just alphabetize them, right? Yeah. But do these, like the zinc and stuff like that, do they also do EVs? Or do they just like raise the stat overall, like in general? Zinc. I don't know. I rarely mess with that stuff, honestly. Like, maybe I should, but I rarely do. Hello. When it's cold, wear a lot of clothes. That's what you should tell Sharon. Sharon. Only humans could have come up with something so clever. How can it raise the EVs when you don't have any? Yeah, but Eevee's not bunny enough, I guess. Victor. Oh my god, from Arcane. Dude, Arcane is so good. If you still haven't seen Arcane, go watch Arcane with my weird wiggly finger. Go watch Arcane. Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. Even if you don't like League of Legends, I promise this is the only League of Legends content you have to consume. Ugh, sure would be nice if we had Scald. Gatsby! Gatsby's Ko-fi membership rolled over. Ah, that's so cool. That's so cool. I don't even know if Gatsby's here right now. I love everything about League except the game. I mean, sometimes it's fun to have to like lane with somebody, but it's been years since I've done such a thing. We'll just play Pokemon Unite sometime. I remember when I tried playing Pokemon Unite on stream once and it like didn't work. Let's see how Secret Power goes. It's probably gonna freeze. Paralyze. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, yeah, Arcane is so good. It's so good. That was easy. Timber. Fighting type? We should probably switch out of our normal type then, huh? Psychic type! Psychic type! Oh, I'm so excited to have a psychic type now. I love psychic types, especially when they're cute and small. Fortnite and League of Legends crossover? You know what? That would be pretty sick. I feel like if it didn't happen with Arcane, then it might not. Was there something like bigger coming out at the time? They are making new Arcane, but you know, if they had Jinx and Vi and probably Jace, maybe Caitlyn as like skins in the game. Arcane 3. Yeah, I think they're making more. Kindred? I always liked Kindred's design. Yeah, Confusion. Hit it with Confusion. Confuse that little man carrying a wood. What? That's what psychic types say. Yay! How we struggle in vain at the end also shows how something humans are. To Ash, but with the Arcane. Ash and Kindred weren't in Arcane. Wasn't in my cane, wasn't in your cane, wasn't in anybody's cane. How do I get over there? Is it that I can't yet? I don't think I can. You said Arcane, I said League, but I feel like if Fortnite was gonna do a collab, it would probably be for Arcane. You know? I don't think League by itself is, iconic enough. You're pretty energetic considering the cold place I'm in. I'm not real. I'm simply being puppeted by some strange fairy on the other side of a emulator. What a strange thing for Tomo to try taking a nap at the brightest place of the room. He's just like sleeping under my desk lamp. It's not even like warm. Not iconic enough? It's literally everyone's least favorite game. That's fair, that's fair. Everyone's least favorite. Isn't grass strong against water? Yeah. Not me, pulling up the type chart. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You say league around anyone under 40 and their face just goes, ew! That is true. But you say arcane and everyone's like, whoa! You see, arcane is actually good. I played... Oh, hi! Welcome in! It's nice to meet you! Hi, Jack. I'm Cheesecake. I use they, them pronouns. Feel free to introduce yourself. Oh my god, guys, a xenomorph is here. Timber. We're gonna switch to Victini again. I haven't seen Arcane. Amend that immediately. Whatever you were planning to do tonight, you're watching Arcane instead, Ethereal. Yeah, I like Arcane. I don't remember what I was saying. I feel like I was trying to say something. Oh, I was playing... I remember when I was playing. It was from when Echo came out. Like, I started playing just a little bit before Echo came out until a little bit after Illaoi came out. You started a Smallville rewatch? You can watch that. It's okay. Don't let the fairy in the computer tell you what to do, Ethereal. Quick attack. Let's do that. Unless it doesn't. Not the 1 HP. Hello, my name's Jack Zeno. You can call me Jack. I'm a guy. I use he, him. Right on. Nice to meet you. I think guys are neat. I remember when that show was new. I should watch it again. I don't know anything about Smallville. Isn't it a Superman thing? Superman thing. Right on. Level 23. I warmed up, but I lost the battle, and my heart is freezing. Okay, now what are we doing up here, Jack? Not you, Jack. Wait, who's this guy? Oh, man. I forgot what this guy's name is. I think I just assumed it was Jack. Oh yeah, let's go. Ice music. Ice music. We love ice music. A fun, stupid show about Superboy, but he doesn't get a cape or anything. Superboy. What a super boy. You know, up here. And I've succeeded in going over here. Ooh. As the stream started, I was at 13k. I'm at 10k now. Yeah, that'll happen when I do a superb oi. That'll happen when I do a make a new redeem that's really silly and kind of expensive. It's about Clark Kent before he moves to Metropolis. Before he becomes Superman. Oh, interesting. Metropolis, Smallville. I guess I get it. I think I get it. Superb oi. Oh, hey, thank you for following. Thank you. You've stepped into the fairy ring. You're trapped here now. You're trapped here now. Although I'm in the cold storage, my heart is burning. Felipe. Herder. Oh, I can't do that one. Whoa. Is that what Girder sounds like? Lex and Clark are almost besties? I don't know a lot about superheroes. I don't know. Aren't they, opposed to each other? Aren't they, like, isn't Lex Luthor the villain? Bring out Victini. Ooh, I'm starting to get hungry. Oh my god, I've been streaming for like almost 4.5 hours. Diametrically so, oh boy. Yeah, I just don't know anything about it. Lex Luthor, bald guy. Bald guy in a wheelchair. Wait. That's Professor X. Wait, is Lex Luthor in a wheelchair? I don't know. Am I confusing him with Professor X? Lex's dad is the villain for the first part of Smallville. Lex slowly is corrupted. No, he's not. He's not in a wheelchair. He is bald though. Okay, so I got one thing right. Victini's not doing so hot. Here, my baby, have a lemonade. It's Astro Bun! It's Astro Bun! Welcome in! Hello, Astro Bun! Zizo coming in hot. Zizo! Isaac, did you bring them here? Wow! I saw your 13 plus only in name video and was like, this person seems chill. Well, you know, we get a little silly, of course. Where did you find me? Did you find me from like YouTube or something? From my clips on YouTube? Welcome in! What were you up to today, Astro Bun? Shout out. It's underscore. It is lovely. All the YouTube clips. Sweet! It's nice to know that those are getting some reach. But thank you so much for writing in, Astro Bun. It's lovely to meet you. What were you up to today? What were you up to on stream today? Hi, new people. Hi, new people. I do love making new friends. Hi, I'm Crystal Cheesecake. I'm a bunny fairy doll VTuber. I use they them pronouns. I like doing character art. I like doing pixel art. We like playing indie games, retro games, and Nintendo games. And I just love hanging out, being silly, and having a wonderful time. So if you want that kind of vibe, then stick around. Feel free to introduce yourself if you're new. Right now we're doing a Bunnies Only run of Pokemon White. Oh yeah, and I love busting it down, I guess. We have an ad starting in a minute, but I'm gonna snooze it out. We just got a raid after all. The YouTube booty. Oh yeah, there's Buzzbot. We got to Driftville City and the music was so grooving that I just had to make a redeem about it, okay? I was playing Undertale and coming back to streaming for my 2-year break. What kind of run are you doing? You doing the... I'm really busting it down. Are you doing a pacifist, genocide, neutral run? What's up? Everybody follow Astro Bun. Give them a big, big, big thank you for raiding in today. Super sweet to meet you. Hello, fellow bunny. Hello. Just a neutral one? Right on, right on. You're cracking up. It's nice to know you're having a great time already. I gave Victini some lemonade. We're going to hit him with confusion. This Pokemon White Bunnies Only run. I hacked in a bunch of bunnies. Oh, thanks for following. I hacked in a bunch of bunnies. And whenever we beat a gym leader, we get to spin the roulette and add another one to our team. So far, we have all of the normal types. And then mine on Victini. Am I missing somebody? Here, let me show you my team. Let me show you. Audino. Our Audino named Phoebe. Sir Kit. Our Minun. Pepper. Here, we'll show you the summaries too, because they're all so cute. Freebie. Hacking? What a cheesecake! Ah, we wouldn't be able to do this otherwise because I would literally just be using Audino the whole game. And then post-game I would get the other ones. We gotta make it work somehow. Freebie, or Audino. Sir Kit, our Minun, has kind of been the star of the show. Pepper, our lot bunny, he's also been the star of the show. He's been very good. He was our starter, so to speak. Wigglytuff, we still haven't decided on a name for her yet. But maybe something. Maybe we'll settle on something. Victini, we've decided to name them Cider. But we decided that this stream, and I haven't been able to change it yet. And Ginny, our little guinea pig bunny, Wismer. I love my team. My babies. Me babies. Cotton Candy! Oh, that's such a cute one. That's such a cute one. We're working through the chili zone. Cold storage. You know, we could call it cold storage, but chili zone's a lot cuter. The best trainer of ice-type Pokemon in the cold storage? That's me. Whoa, we'll see, we'll see. I also hacked in a ton of rare candies because I hate grinding. But we're gonna like loosely follow the Nuzlocke rule of don't over level. So I'm not gonna be able to use rare candies I'm not gonna be able to use rare candies to exceed the next major fight's highest level Pokemon. It's like that. I think Victini is going to be pulling a lot of weight here today. Between the ice-type Pokemon and the happy holidays. Between the ice-type Pokemon and the fighting-type Pokemon, Cider's gonna be pulling a lot of weight. Methinks. Incinerate that ice cream cone, my boy. Yes. Melt. I gotta get you another stronger move that doesn't have, like, minuscule PP. Why did they call it that? Let me show you guys a real Pokemon card. This came out a couple sets ago. I will present it without further comment. There's an ad starting in about a minute. I appreciate you guys sticking around through the ad. It's so juvenile, right? But why did they call it that? Why did they make that card? It's almost 5 a.m. Oh yeah, I better get to bed before I pass out from yawning, but it was lovely to meet you. Yes, it was lovely to meet a fellow bun. I'll try to catch your stream sometime, alright? Have a lovely day. Booty, it's almost 5 a.m. I think I should get a little toaster oven on to heat up my leftover pizza. Oh. Yeah, have a good night, Astro Bun. Leftover pizza. Oh, I kind of want pizza. Yeah, the ad is hitting. I'll see you guys after the ad. Thank you for sticking around. Quick attack. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. Good time zone. Yeah. I am getting hungry. Oh. The mere mention of pizza made it like, this will be our last round of ads before we end. So just get through these ones. Let's get through these ones. Ice heal. Let's go ahead and put Victini in the front. It's gonna help them level up too, Cider. And give you another lemonade. Giving you another lemonade for my bunny baby. It's my mundane superpower. Make everyone hungry except myself by talking about food. I mean, you can do that to any streamer that's been streaming for 4 hours. Oh, we can go this way. Pew! That's how it works. Hyper potion. Do I want to fight this guy? Hehe. Zoop. Oh. Hello, Sharon. Oh, is someone in there? Shall we go then? Yeah. I was just meandering around in the rest of the cold storage. Zinzolin! All of you huddle around me, I can't take this cold! I didn't pack my long johns! Whatever, I can't believe you were really hiding. It's a bother, but if you're cold, shall I show you outside? Pokemon are our king's friends. While we're taking care of them, we can't let any harm come to them here. We need to, protect all of these ice cream cones from the cold storage. We need to protect them from capitalism or whatever. Everyone, drive these intruders away. Understood, Zinzolin of the Seven Sages. Put 'em up, cause here we come. Put 'em up. They said put 'em up. Are they really all gonna fight me? Let's each take care of one side. Am I really about to do like 4 battles? Rubbish. I do like the Team Plasma music. Poison. Poison. Poison, huh? Poison. Down. Psych. Hi, Kaza! You have something important to say? Hi. Hi, Kaza. I would love to hear it. What's up, buddy? I have booty important to say. No, that was it. Hi. That is very important. That is very important. I hope you're doing well today, Q. Confuse this trash bag. We're having fun with our Bunnies Only run. Oh yeah. Me when the Team Plasma music hits. Oh, it's gone. Quick, I have to get in another battle before it goes away. Quick! Oh yeah, oh yeah. So this is a new development from today. The bust it down redeem. You know, we got into Driftvale City and the music was so banging that we had to do something about it. I will abuse this power. I'm looking forward to it, honestly. Dark type, huh? Dark type. Psychic doesn't work. Psychic, do you need help? No, I'm having a great time. Psychic does not work against dark. We're gonna bring out the other bunny. The bunny that punches and kicks things. Punch the cat! Yeah, exactly. We're gonna punch the cat. Come on, Pepper! Get in here! Get in here, Pepper! Kirby! Hi! Welcome in! It's nice to see you today! What? Tomo keeps number 2 on my desk. At least he's cozy though. But oh, he so very much hates when I clean it up. He so very much hates it. It's nice to see you today, Kirby. How you doing? Yeah, we'll punch the cat. It's so ridiculous out of context. But if you say, my bunny punched the cat, then it's not so bad. It's not so bad. I looked out of like the corner of my eye, and it looked like it said, the enemy's Lipard farted. In the middle of the night, we gathered all the Pokemon we stole in front of the container so we could transport them all at the same time. Then Clay, that old guy, found us. We had been captured. I'm one of the tougher members of Team Plasma. Here, let me show you how tough I am. Okay, tough guy. Alright, let's see. And then I put my hand in my belly and hold out the Pokeball like this. Maybe my hand breaks. That's okay. We've got a Sandile, of course we have to, Sorry about the music. Where is it? Let's fight this, this Sandile. Confusion. Repeat. Oh, assurance. Wait, is confusion not working? Cause it's dark type. Why do I always assume that like dark type Pokemon aren't dark type until they evolve? I keep assuming this. Okay, then we're gonna no, not Wigglytuff. It's fine. Ah, I should have brought out Pepper. It's fine. I sure do think on me feet, huh? Maybe I do need food. Maybe I do need to get out of here and have food. You know what I don't understand? You guys know art by Chi-Chi, right? No, this was a bad choice. Yeah, I'm wearing a Piplup hoodie. A Piplup hoodie? I'm not wearing that. You know art by Chi-Chi. She streams for like 6 or 7 hours. Every day that she streams. And every time, like, the only breaks she takes are 3-minute breaks for ads. And I don't know how she does it. I don't know how she's got the willpower. Yeah, Drain Punch. It's gonna be double effective. I should have done this from the start. Thank you, Crocodile Video. You've served us again. She probably keeps granola bars or something. I mean, I have Pop-Tarts, but I don't wanna burn through them. I really should keep granola bars. Watchog. Yeah, keep going. Do you guys know I don't really care for Watchog? It's just kind of there. I never really cared for it. It's alright. I don't think the design is particularly cute or interesting or cool. I don't know, I think its eyes are neat. But, yeah. It's kind of just there. If you take something away, I will take it back. Remember that. Okay, tough guy. Alright, buddy. How am I supposed to win when I'm shaking because of the cold? Okay, tough guy. In this group, I'm fairly strong, and that's a fact. Watchog! This again. This guy again, huh? Meanie, meanie, meanie. Jack Pepper. Yeah, it's really Victini, Pepper, and Minun that, star of the show. Cider, we'll say. Cider, Sir Kit, and Pepper. I'll give you lemonade. Lemonade for you. Lemonade for you, my sweet bunny. I'm just, stunned at, you know what? I bet you I know why Chi-Chi has all that energy for streaming. Because she goes to bed on time. We all make fun of her. Why do I keep looking up? We all make fun of her for being an old lady, going to sleep super early. Oh, you gotta go to bed at 8 p.m. old lady. But maybe she's got it figured out actually. Maybe she's the one who's right. I don't know what happened to the tracking, but let me... Yeah, like that. Okay, okay. Now I'm looking at you. Straight eye contact. Oh yeah. We're busting it down again. Why didn't my dream punch work? I went Nanite. Okay. I do love the Team Plasma battle theme. It is truly jammin'. Yeah, get it! What, confused? Confused and sleep? What else? Stop, you're so mean! More lemonade for my bunny baby. Drink up, my son. You can do this. I've been like barely paying attention this fight too. Once we're done with like the cold storage and whatever this cutscene is, we're gonna wrap up. We're gonna wrap up stream. Jump kick. Asleep again? Stop! Stop! I can only take so much! I can only take so much after my embarrassment at the battle subway. How does it get the confusion in? It's fine. One hit KO. We got it. We got it. We're fine. We're fine. Level 30. Now we can show our level 30 Pokemon to that one guy in the market or something. Or he was in a house. Flame Charge. I am interested. 50. Raises speed stat. Incinerate does 30. Let's do it. Let's do it. Yay! Scraggy. The Scraggler. Yeah. Wait. Is it dark type? Wait. Yes, of course. We've got the... Oh. Here, let's pause this. We can watch this. Oh yeah. We're busting it down again. I'm gonna keep that reward on until, I don't know, I get tired of it for some reason. Oh, Nanite. Okay. Yeah, the cross the arms and nod, that's pretty good. Team Plasma battle theme. It is truly jammin'. Yeah, get it! It's so goofy, so goofy. Okay, Fighting type attack. Strong against dark type. What does fighting type attack do to fighting? Neutral, okay. I'm just gonna jump kick it. Yeah, snap out of the confusion. Get out of there. That one trainer busting it down while fighting a villain team, leaving the enemy confused and intimidated. Yeah, we're gonna keep that redeem. I'm foreseeing it being used somehow in such a way that it like gets annoying to me. But it's also really funny if the timing is right. I think that's why I had to make it so expensive. The Pokemon that work with people may look like they're having fun, but the truth is they're suffering. There's no doubt about it. It's true, I asked. Yeah, well, I'll be hiding in a chilly old place like this. You guys take these Pokemon robbers. Roger! It's even after we like beat them up, wow, that guy had 3. Even after we beat them up, there was they still had the energy, the workers, still the energy to arrest these men. You guys ain't so bad. Yep, a promise is a promise. Come and challenge my gym. I have a movie night that I have to get to. I was thinking, what if I kept playing? But no, it's just after this cutscene that we'll wrap up. I'm already late for it, but it's fine. It's fine. See ya, Sharon. I want to get this item. It's gonna bug me if I don't. Never melt ice. Isn't that nice? Okay. It's been super fun. It's been wonderful. There we go. There we go. It's been absolutely wonderful hanging out with you guys again. This feels like our first proper stream after the hiatus. And I'm very glad so many wonderful people showed up. We've got so many lovely faces that have been here today. Familiar faces and new faces. We met some people today. We met people. Here, we can pause this. You can pause this. Go back to playing that music. Yeah, it's a little loud. There we go. Yeah. Oh, Kyle's! Oh, I'm so sorry, we're wrapping up right when you got here. Happens, it happens. I'll make sure to make it to your stream sometime so that we can hang out there, okay? Okay. Yeah, thanks for being here, Ethereal. Everyone keeps saying hiatus and it's only like a week or 2. It was like a week or 2 hiatus. I don't know. I just felt bad about it anyway. Because usually I'm trying to stream 4 or 5 days a week. This sweater... Let me show you where this sweater came from. I downloaded it from Booth. To apply to my model. Where is it? Well, I think I edited it a little bit. Yeah. Oh, you can't see it yet. There we go. These diamond and pearl hoodies set, and I was like, wait a second. This Piplup doesn't have the face pattern, so I added it. Yeah. Piplup is my favorite starter after all. Yeah, isn't it cute? Let me send this. And thank you for the pets, Kirby. But yeah. Indeed, let us see who is live right now. Guys, if Germa is live, you think I should raid him? Germa's not live. That's fine. I've been watching a lot of Germa lately. Watching a lot of that silly fella. Let's see. Ooh, I do have one idea. Let's see who else. Let's see who else. Maybe it's like somebody's birthday and I haven't seen it yet. Ooh, it's been a while since I rated that person. Oh yeah, thanks for being here, Kaios, even if it was just for a bit. It was nice to see you. Ah, so many friends, and yet I can only raid one. Okay, do you guys want to raid into somebody who is doing gaming or art? Because that'll help me narrow it down a lot. What do you think? What do you think? Gaming or art? I'll do whichever the first one says. What's the game? It's Peak. The game is Peak. Gaming art? Wah wah wah. Art? We're gonna do art? I'm down with that. I'm super down for that. We are going to raid into my friend Atsumori Kofuhara. Occult rituals on streams? Dude, I don't know, but we should try it. We're gonna raid into an artist. Our friend Atsumori Kofuhara is doing some mini painting, like D&D mini painting, which is super cool. I've done it on stream a couple times before, but it's been a while. I'd like to do it again sometime. But yeah. We like Atsu. He's super cool. He's a funny karate cat man. He's a good friend of my friend Electric Glacier. And he's super fun to chit chat with. He's a fellow 3D VTuber as well, which is fantastic. But it was absolutely lovely to hang out with you all today. Let's get our raid call going. There we go. Raid calls are super duper important when we raid somebody. Twitch only considers us viewers. Let's do dance. Twitch only considers us viewers for certain analytics purposes if we send a message in chat. So it's going to help our friend Atsu a whole lot if we throw in the raid call. Yeah, bust it down while throwing in the raid call. Exactly. Hi, Beanie. Yeah, one last groove for the road. I was just about to start the raid. Hi, Beanie. Copy on the raid call. Copy on the raid call. We've got the sparkly one. If you are not subscribed, I'll send it again. Yeah, Twitch doesn't know how to count, so we gotta help it. We gotta help. And we've got the dancing one if you are subscribed. It's super important. Super important. Beanie. Hi, cheese by cheese. Yeah. Okay, raid. Raid Atsumori. Is there an underscore or anything? Nope. Kofuhara. The dancing emote to represent cheese, busting it down. Yeah. Okay, when we get to Atsu's stream, let's make sure. Number 1, be super cool and nice. Number 2, send in the raid call. And number 3, throw him a follow. Okay? Yeah, he's a friend of our friend Electric Glacier too. I love Glacier. She's so silly and sweet. She's so nice. A fellow fairy. Music is still kind of loud. It came up louder, I think. That's fine. But yeah, the raid started. I'm gonna be live again tomorrow. Same time tomorrow, 4 p.m. Fairy EST. We're gonna work through Pokemon Bunny Only run again. Okay? We're gonna fight Clay. Sound good? Thank you guys so much for being here. It's always wonderful to have you here. Here's a little heart for you. It's kind of messy. That's alright. Remember to always love yourselves, love each other, and love the world. Bye-bye!